Chapter 876. Bryn? Why are you asking about her? Bryn and Goldie should be at Tarth Island. Lancel was puzzled. Cersei was silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Her silence made the others speechless. It was quiet for a while. Before long, footsteps could be heard from downstairs. The Grand Chamberlain and the Red Keep garrison commander were standing in the courtyard, waiting for Cersei's decision. They arrived quickly. Your Majesty. The two of them bowed respectfully to Cersei. Both of you come here. Cersei walked to the corner of the room with a stern face and waved at the two of them. Randyll Tarly and Lancel were expressionless as they watched from the side. Did you see? St. Matthew lost his balls for me. Luwin is finished. The church will never support him as king. Do you know what to choose? Cersei glared at her two former confidants and said coldly, Understood. Your orders are my orders. The servants and maids of the Red Keep are waiting for your orders, Tanya said. I've always been loyal to you, but Luwin is too powerful. Even Randyll Tarly submitted to him. I can only try my best to protect the Lion Army, Earl Reeker said. Both of them had an honest look on their faces as they nodded like they were pounding garlic. Cersei was delighted, but her dirty and sallow face was still serious. My greatest support is not the church. I'm sure you know that Jaime is fighting against the deviant ghosts in Winterfell. I'm Tywin's daughter, Cersei Lannister. I'm not a lonely person who can be bullied. Luwin is nothing. If not for my name, he wouldn't even be able to see the Iron Throne. The two of them simultaneously revealed a look of awe, and even their waists bowed even more. Cersei's eyes flashed and she said calmly, I'm not forcing you to rebel against Luwin. You don't have the guts or ability to do so. I said this just to let you understand a fact. Even if you are a fence-sitter, it is far more cost-effective and safer than working for Luwin wholeheartedly. The Holy Mother once said that the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and be saved. Holy Mother, we won't be fence-sitters. We've always been loyal to you. The two loyal ministers hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Hearing this, Cersei, who had already calmed down, became worried. Thus, she let her little head spin, thinking about what other trump cards she had. It was completely blank, as if there was nothing left. Cersei was furious and a little scared. She was Queen Cersei. Had she fallen so low that she could not keep two servants under her control? Without any trump cards, he could only rely on his wits. Sighing in her heart, she said, Stannis will attack the King's Landing soon. Luwin will be on par with him, and both of you will suffer great losses. Luwin and Stannis are both blasphemous heretics. Luwin are Luwin demon and Stannis is heart demon. The miracle of St. Matthew turning into an angel is known throughout the King's Landing. How can the people and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms allow them to be kings? The night is long and danger is everywhere. Fortunately, the Holy Mother saved the world. I am guilty, I am incestuous, I murdered my husband, I killed the king, I killed 2 archbishops in a row, I am Cersei. But I am a devout believer of the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother even received me. I listened to the Holy Mother's teachings. Just like the white dove in the purple bamboo forest. Saint Moses is the role model of Saint Matthew, and the white dove is the role model of Cersei. I have an epiphany under the Holy Mother's teachings. I have put down the butcher's knife and become a saint. I have become a saint. Cersei's little face was full of sincerity and solemnity. The Holy Mother is merciful. I was once Cersei and now I am shedding my demon body. In the near future, I may become Saint Cersei, imitating the white dove and marrying the Holy Mother's chosen King Hugo. Even if there is no King Hugo, use your pea-sized brains to think. Will the church support me to continue being the queen, or will they choose 2 undeliverable hybrid demons? Luwin and Redheart are eagle demons. Sooner or later, they will be smashed into meat paste by the Holy Mother. This time Tanya and Earlpeck were really moved. Tanya said in a trembling voice, Luwin has been hit by St. Matthew's Holy Mother's palm. The first light. What? Luwin is dead? Why didn't you say so earlier? Cersei shouted in ecstasy. Lancel frowned. Are you done? It's getting late. Wait a minute. Cersei waved her hand and whispered to the two beside her. What happened? Is Luwin dead? Luwin cut off Hadji with his sword. In front of everyone, St. Matthew picked up Hadji that had fallen to the ground. After a flash of white light, Haji was as lively as before. At that time Yuluan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly begged St. Matthew to treat Ha. After St. Matthew saw his injury, he said that it was easy to heal a broken chicken, but difficult to reproduce without one. Yuluan was not a believer, and the effect of the holy healing was too weak. It was better to convert to the Holy Mother, understand the teachings of the 7 gods, and become a flawless angel. Who knew Yuluan would be so evil? Not only did he refuse to convert to the Holy Mother, he even waved his sword and laughed. "You're just a little priest. You are not qualified to convert me. Doesn't your Holy Mother like to sacrifice herself to feed demons? Let her come here personally. I don't want to eat her. I just want to fuck her a few times, big time." And then, the dark-skinned Tanya had been chattering non-stop, her face full of curiosity and excitement from gossiping. But in the end, her dark-skinned face suddenly turned pale, her eyes filled with fear and reverence, and her voice started to tremble. St. Matthew roared. The Holy Mother was merciful, but he also had the means of a warrior. Then he shouted, "Holy Mother's palm, the first appearance of holy light." The dim court was instantly filled with light. The holy light was like a knife blinding my eyes. It's true. I really thought I was blind. My eyeballs were swollen and sore, as if they were going to explode under the holy light. Tanya rubbed her eyes and said with lingering fear, "And then? Yuluan was blind?" Circe said agitatedly, "Then it was even stranger. I thought I was blind, but I clearly saw St. Matthew transform into a white-bearded, white-robed and white-winged birdman. It was an angel." Earl Burke interrupted her. "Yes, it was an angel. It's all my fault. I was busy with palace affairs last night and didn't go to the Holy Church to preach to Angel Matthew," Tanya said regretfully. "And then?" Circe asked anxiously. "After St. Matthew transformed into an angel, he flew in front of Yuluan in an instant and was about to slap his head. Can you guess what happened?" Yuluan can also transform into a monster with 8 tentacles. Greyjoy was indeed from a family of sea monsters. Perhaps their entire family was the descendants of sea monsters. What was even scarier was that the sea monster Yuluan was surrounded by strong winds. A black shadow rose in the wind. Its red eyes were the size of bulls, and its aura was far stronger than St. Matthew's. But St. Matthew was fearless. He shouted, "Holy Mother of Mercy," the first appearance of holy light. Then a huge golden deity rose behind him. It was the Holy Mother. Tanya grabbed Circe's arm and shook it violently, just like a roaring horse shaking a beautiful woman. Even her voice and expression were like a roaring horse. I swear I have never seen the Holy Mother in person before, but at that moment I was very sure that she was the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother's body was golden and round, like a small mountain, at least 18 feet tall. She sat cross-legged in the air. I felt a heavy pressure just by standing beside her. Majestic, holy, domineering, merciful. I don't care. I will also convert to the Holy Mother in the future. She is too powerful. Tanya was a Mirian. She believed in the god of lust. It was also because of the methods she learned from the Church of Lust that she was able to marry a Westeros count and become Queen Circe's right hand. Even Yuluan fell for her tricks. The excitement on Circe's face disappeared. She asked suspiciously, "Are you sure it's not an illusion? Why is the Holy Mother so round and 18 feet tall? The ceiling of the Red Keep is not even 18 feet tall." Everyone saw it. Tanya turned her gaze to Earl Rake. "It's not the Holy Mother's body that is round. It's a golden ring behind the Holy Mother, like the sun." "Isn't the sun a round lump?" Rake asked. Yes, that's it. The Holy Mother is sitting in the sun," Tanya quickly said. "Then why is the golden Holy Mother 18 feet tall?" Circe asked again. "I don't know. At that time the whole world was filled with the golden light of the sun. The Red Keep, heaven and earth, and I disappeared." Tanya was at a loss. "It was a spiritual state," Earl Rake said. "I asked Lancel. He said that what we saw was the souls of St. Matthew and Yuluan. Our eyes were blinded by the golden light, but our souls could still see the scene." I see, Tanya suddenly realized. When St. Matthew struck out with his palm, the golden body of the Blessed Virgin behind him struck out with his palm as well. The golden palm, which was as huge as a city gate, smashed the demonic shadow behind Yuluen into ashes and disappeared with a wail. Then St. Matthew's palm landed on Yuluen's forehead and hit him until his juices flowed. The golden light disappeared, the angel Matthew disappeared, and my eyes recovered from the stinging pain. Yuluen was lying on the ground, bleeding from all orifices. His body twitched, but he didn't die. St. Matthew stood where he was and didn't seem to have moved. What do you mean by juices flowed? Cersei was puzzled. Didn't Yuluen transform into an 8-clawed sea monster? When St. Matthew slapped him with his palm, only those inhuman soft tentacles would burst into pulp. It's just like when we step on a big snail or a slug, wouldn't the juice flow out? Cersei had also stepped on a snail before. She immediately formed a vivid image in her mind. Although she was happy to see what happened to Yuluen, she was also disgusted. Why didn't St. Matthew kill that blaspheme against the Holy Mother? Cersei complained. Earl Reeker looked at the people in the distance and said in a low voice, "The Red Keep is now under the control of Taimen. I'm just a nominal commander. There are hundreds of Taimen guarding outside the court. If we kill Yuluen, St. Matthew and the monks who enter the castle will die." "Then use the Holy Mother's palm to kill all the Taimen," Cersei said fiercely. St. Matthew's face turned pale with sweat after one hit. He didn't even frown when he was stabbed in the heart and had his penis cut off. The Holy Mother's palm must be very draining. St. Matthew can't use it many times, Earl Reeker said. How badly is Yuluen injured? Cersei asked expectantly. Tanya hesitated and said, "It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Yuluen didn't even faint. He got up and sat on the Iron Throne." St. Matthew said that this time, he will only break his evil spells. He told him to take care of himself and stop doing evil things. "It seems that Yuluen can't use evil spells anymore," Earl Reeker added. Cersei felt regretful, but she put on a cheerful face and said, "This is our chance. You don't have to take any risks. Just protect me. When Yuluen and Stannis are both injured, the believers of the 7 gods will chase them away. Then we will create glory together. Lord Reeker, I will make you the hand of the king. Tanya, I will make you an archduchess." Chapter 877. The church did not completely ignore Cersei. When they called for the people to leave King's Landing, Sister Maul and 2 warrior sons were still guarding outside the Queen's Tower. The other 3 nuns returned to the cathedral because they received the seal of the Holy Mother. St. Matthew went to see Stannis outside the city yesterday. From this afternoon onwards, the Valley Army outside the riverfront gate will withdraw to 20 kilometers away from King's Landing. 100,000 poor people will leave first. By this evening, they must cross the Blackwater River and enter the royal forest. Tomorrow, the people and nobles who are willing to follow St. Matthew will leave one after another. Stannis promised not to attack King's Landing for a week. Sister Maul was the only one left of the 4 flowers of the church. She opened the small window above and below the wooden door, and took the initiative to chat with Cersei in the room. Well, there were only nuns and Sinner Cersei in the Queen's Tower. The church's knights and Red Keep guards outside the tower. They could not enter the tower without being summoned by the nuns. Cersei was a tigress and had a criminal record of adultery. The royal family and the church needed to save face. Of course Yuluen, the Prince Regent's husband, could come in and spend the night with his wife anytime. After all, Cersei was only training to atone for her sins. Mason and the others are not coming to the Red Keep? Cersei curled up under the blanket, only revealing her small head. After they became priests, they were promoted to white bishops by the archbishop. Now, each of them is leading dozens of young and strong young nuns to cultivate. Isn't it a waste of talent to come to the Red Fort to be supervising nuns? Old Sister Maul said sourly. The 4 of them had the same background. They were abandoned babies by the church. They entered the nuns' college at the same time. The church had a department that trained nuns and nuns. In the old town, there was even a church school for the children of nobles. They graduated in the same year and were assigned to work in the cathedral at the same time. They checked Little Rose's virginity, the time when Cersei reported her daughter-in-law's adultery, and punished Little Rose to make her repent. They tortured the whore Queen Dowager and punished her to make her repent. After that, they shaved Queen Dowager's hair and walked the streets with Queen Dowager. They were hated by the queen and queen dowager. When Cersei imprisoned herself, they were the ones who supervised her training. The four of them were Granny Rong in the version of power travel. No, they were even more awesome than Granny Rong. Granny Rong could only deal with a few commoners, but the four flowers of the Vatican were dealing with the Queen and the Empress Dowager. After decades of ups and downs, they were finally separated. Old Sister Maul was still a teaching nanny full of hostility, but the other three had an epiphany during St. Matthew's sermon and became amiable and respectable white bishops. They even took in dozens of nun apprentices. How many are leaving? Cersei asked casually. Maybe 300,000, maybe more, by choice. Only those who couldn't bear to stay in King's Landing would leave. Sister Maul sighed. Can Storm's End hold that many people? Cersei asked doubtfully. Not all of them are going to Storm's End. The royal fleet of Dragonstone Island is coming. Other than delivering food to the migration team, they will also bring the old and the sick to Tidehead Island. At this point, the old nun suddenly sat up from the soft couch beside the small charcoal stove. She found an iron hammer in the corner, opened the door and walked to the window by the sea. She struck down with the hammer and made a hole the size of a bowl. Whoosh! The cold wind was like a young man waiting outside a love hotel room for his long-distance girlfriend to change and open the door on Valentine's Day. He could not wait to rush into the room and kiss the old nun's dry cheeks and sparse white hair. Along with the biting cold wind, a large patch of golden sunlight entered the room. The room suddenly lit up. St. Matthew was willing to endure the humiliation of cutting his manhood to save you. I am not as good as St. Matthew, but today I will break this window for you, even if I have to offend you, Lewin. The old nun held the hammer and said righteously. Then she explained, Blackwater Bay is full of ships now. They are the royal fleet of the Pope. There is also a small sun in the sky. The church only supervised Cersei's penance. They never thought of interfering with her little dark room. It was you, Lewin, who requested that the windows and balcony be sealed. 2 days ago, Sister Allenthine and a few others helped Cersei clean up her bedroom, and also broke the brick wall and windows of the balcony. However, when you, Lewin, knew about it, he immediately sealed them up. Even though the nun tried to dissuade him, he only left a thumb-sized hole in the wall facing the great cathedral of Baylor. There was also a thick piece of crystal glass embedded in the wall. Merciful Mother of God! Cersei got up and ran to the window excitedly. However, after just one glance she howled, Isn't that my galleon? The biggest one with 800 oars. Isn't that Duke Tywin? There is also Sweet Cersei and Valiant Joffrey. Damn it, they are all my ships. Yes, the main force of the Dragon Queen's Royal Navy was the 10 giant galleons that Ord Viscount had stolen from Cersei. However, there were hundreds of ships flying the Pentachet dragon flag in Blackwater Bay, including the family fleets of Crab Island, Valerian of Tidehead Island, and some of the 80 ships that the Dragon Queen had rented from Bravos for free. However, none of the ships were as big as Cersei's galleon, so Cersei recognized her own ship at first glance. I understand now. It's all Daenerys' scheme. I've long guessed that that bitch has a bright and upright appearance, but behind her back, she has endless dirty tricks. I just didn't expect that even my admiral is her spy, she said through gritted teeth. Sister Mahler lowered her head and looked at the thick hammer. She was conflicted about whether she should smash it into that noisy little head of a straw. Huh, didn't the sun disappear? And it's so short. Then, Cersei's attention was attracted by the small sun 300 meters above the sea. It was as big as a bathtub and it was warm and gentle. Everything within a few kilometers could be seen clearly, and it reminded Cersei of a summer morning a few years ago. That is the fairy of light that the maiden gave to the Pope. Sister Mahler put down the hammer and looked at the sun with reverence. Only the 7 gods can dispel the darkness and bring light to the world. The Maiden of Light is the real Lord of Light. Lalo is a false god. Cersei was shocked. Even the title of Lord of Light? Does the church want to go to war with the Red Gods? Mahler shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, I'm just an old nanny. Is Lalo going to be angry just because I said that? He is too easily angered. Cersei took the hammer from the old woman and smashed it on the window a few times, but it only made a hole big enough for her to stick her head out. Ignoring the cold, she stuck her head out of the hole and squinted her eyes to feel the sunlight. Although the cold north wind took her away in an instant, Circe truly felt the warmth of the sun. After enjoying the wind and sun for a while, Circe began to pay attention to the ships on the river. She could not see the Blackwater River wharf from her angle, but from time to time, there were ships entering the river from the Blackwater Bay, and sailing ships returning to the bay from the river and continuing to sail east. Even from afar, she could see that the deck was crowded with thousands of people. She could not tell whether they were men or women, old or young. She could only vaguely feel that they were all dirty and unkempt. That's strange. Why would Stannis allow these people to leave? The more people there are in the King's Landing, the more soldiers there will be to defend the city when the other ghouls come. Can't he understand such a simple logic? Circe was puzzled. Only the living can defend the city. Those who starve to death in the gutters will only become the companions of the ghouls. The king and the nobles are fighting for power and profit. They don't care about the lives of the common people. The King's Landing has not collapsed yet because of the hundreds of thousands of tons of food that St. Sparrow used the church's bank as collateral, the old nun said coldly. What kind of attitude is that? Circe glared at the old nun and said righteously, blame those traitors. If they did not rebel against me, why would there be so many wars? You did not commit incest with the Kingslayer and did not murder King Robert. Why did they rebel? What does an old nun like you know? The reason for the rebellion is not important because for the sake of the Iron Throne, they can come up with countless reasons just by flipping their lips. I don't know anything. I only know that you and the traitors you speak of are the same, the old nun said. Circe sighed helplessly and changed the topic. When St. Matthew met the Red Heart Demon, did he convert him? Of course. The Holy Mother is merciful and saves all living things. St. Matthew not only converted the Red Heart Demon, but also tried to persuade the Banshee of Hearts to repent and convert to the right path. The Banshee of Hearts? The red-robed priestess by Stannis' side? Circe was interested and asked, how many times did they stab the archbishop? I heard that the red-robed priestess can control shadows to kill people. The Holy Mother fought the shadow puppets with her palm. Was it exciting? Did the Holy Mother and the King of Light, our hero, appear? No, they did not. Nanny Mall shook her head and criticized seriously. You actually think of St. Matthew and the Holy Mother as acrobats in an opera troupe. It seems that days of hard work have no effect at all. You are hopeless. Circe immediately said, the Holy Mother is merciful. I am guilty and I repent, but I am also confused by my concern. Think about it, how can a person who is indifferent to the affairs and future of the Church be a devout believer? The more agitated I am, the more it proves my devotion to the Holy Mother. The old nun thought carefully and found the sinner's words reasonable. Her expression softened and she said slowly, the last time the Holy Sparrow fought Luwin, it was because Luwin insulted the Holy Mother. In the face of St. Matthew's persuasion, although Stannis and the red-robed priestess were furious, they only ordered people to beat him. Yes, the Knights of the Red Heart punched and kicked the archbishop, but they did not even draw their swords. A group of knights besieging an old man. Circe was shocked. Maul nodded slightly with an unnatural expression. Did St. Matthew fight back? Circe asked again. No. Even when he was beaten to the ground, he was still compassionate and merciful. He recited the Bible and tried to use words and the spirit of mercy to reform the pagans. The old nun lowered her head awkwardly. What about the knights of the church? What about the sons of warriors and the gathering of the poor? Seeing the archbishop being beaten like a dead dog, no one went to help? Circe could not imagine that scene. The Church of the Seven Gods is a disgrace. Even she felt a little ashamed at that moment. St. Matthew did not let us help him. Then how badly did he get beaten up? Did he not learn his lesson when he failed to convert Luwin? Circe grimaced. The old nun's expression became even more strange. In fact, the experience of converting Luwin the day before yesterday made him even more determined to do so. Why? Chapter 878. If the sublimation of the soul under the teachings of the Madonna only made Matthew understand the true meaning of great mercy, and set up an ideal, then, the matter of converting Luwin completely strengthened his belief in the doctrine of the Madonna of Mercy. His soul had sublimated again. He had now crossed the angel rank and was promoted to the second level of the archangel. In terms of the wizard's level of practice, he was a demigod who had comprehended his own divinity. Yes, Matthew the paladin had divinity, and it was not from the Madonna. On the contrary, the Madonna got the same amount of new divinity as Matthew the divinity of mercy. The night before, when Big Black suddenly contacted Danny and told her about the divinity of mercy, she was more surprised than happy. The true Madonna only had the divinity of the Madonna that came with the Madonna's priesthood. But there was no specific divinity of mercy. The Madonna's priesthood came from the imagination of the believers, and the divinity of the Madonna was also what the believers thought the Madonna should be. It was different from the divinity of mercy that Matthew himself had comprehended. It was more than innovation. The priesthood was essentially knowledge, similar to the god's talisman in the world of Xianxia. If a person who knew nothing got the priesthood of the water god, he could make clouds and rain. But once his water god's talisman was taken away, he would become a mortal who knew nothing again. If the person who knew nothing understood the divinity of the water god during his time as the water god, he would still have the ability of the water god even if he lost the talisman. Before Big Black lost the priesthood of the Madonna, he was beaten back to a stupid black dragon. Now that he had a part of the divinity of mercy and lost the priesthood of the Madonna, he could change his name to Buddha or Bodhisattva, because he had the divinity of the Bodhisattva. It was Matthew who comprehended the divinity, but the Madonna also had the same divinity, reaping without sowing. This was one of the benefits of the gods keeping believers. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Matthew even gave his mark of life to the Madonna Danny. What was divinity compared to the mark of life? To put it in a simple sentence, I can give up my life, let alone the worldly possessions. But divinity was knowledge. Matthew gave his knowledge to the Madonna, but he would not lose his knowledge. This was different from the divinity plundering between gods. The reason was very simple. Gods were different individuals, and believers were only a part of the gods. An angel-level believer like Matthew was completely a god. If they did not have such a deep relationship, he would not have become an angel with a demigod soul. It sounded a little cruel, but this was faith. You even gave your life imprint to the gods. Are you still an independent person? What are you thinking? Speaking of which, why did Matthew's soul sublimate again? Could it be that he was a masochist and had an epiphany after being cut by Yuluin? Matthew was a normal person with no special fetishes. Even if he had a special hobby, the Church of the Seven Gods was not a cult created by the goddess of lust. The Church of the Seven Gods was not a cult. Followers of some strange religions may comprehend the divinity of masochism due to masochism, but they would never comprehend the divinity of compassion. When St. Matthew returned to the great cathedral that afternoon, he was actually very depressed because he failed in his first practice of the Madonna's doctrine of compassion. It was a complete failure. Not only did Yuluin not get converted, but he also showed signs of being possessed by the devil. Matthew was a normal person. Of course, he would be depressed when he failed until someone came. Randall Tarley came to the great cathedral of Baylor alone in the evening and found the archbishop. At first, Matthew thought he was here for Circe. He shook his head and sighed. Circe is addicted to power. I have tried my best. At another time, I can guide and convert her a second or third time, but I have to lead hundreds of thousands of believers south to Storm's End in a week. I don't have time. Plop. Randall Tarley knelt in front of Matthew and shook his head. I didn't come to the cathedral today for Circe. I saw the process of you persuading Yuluin this afternoon. Your words, your behavior, and your practice of the Madonna's spirit of sacrifice have shocked me. I don't want to lie to you. The Madonna's doctrine of compassion only shocked me, but it did not resonate with me. But the terrible experience in King's Landing over the past few years, and the death of my eldest son, Dickon, and the fact that the long night threatens the survival of mankind have made me tired and confused. And your actions have greatly encouraged me. You are not afraid to sacrifice the spirit of the Madonna's doctrine, and the miracles you have shown me have helped me out of my confusion and find hope for the future. Hope is the warrior, one of the seven gods, that I have believed in all my life. I may not be able to understand the Madonna's compassion, but I can practice the warrior's courage. After explaining his motive, Randall said seriously, I am willing to give up my identity, status, and family in the mortal world and dedicate the rest of my life to the church. Please let me join the warrior's sons." St. Matthew was stunned and asked uncertainly, "You don't want to be the hand of the king? What about the Horn Hill and the Riverbend army?" It was no wonder that he was shocked. In thousands of years of church history, this was the first time that the hand of the king had directly become the warrior's sons. "I wrote a letter of resignation and left it with the hand of the king's seal in the Red Castle. The Horn Hill soldiers will join the church with me, but they will only participate in the Battle of the Long Night. They are not part of the church's armed forces, unless some of them voluntarily join the warrior's sons or the Constellation Warriors, the Assembly of the Poor. As for the Riverbend army, they will return to the Riverbend army, join the church with me, and continue to serve the Iron Throne." Randall had been in a bad mood recently. He was full of despair and uncertainty about the future. And the fact that St. Matthew did not die even though he courted death in the court made him realize that the Mother of God was awesome, the church was awesome, and the monks of the church, such as the Great Sparrow, the Dragon Queen, and St. Matthew, were all outstanding and determined. The church was a good place to go. Being a missionary was a good career. Especially St. Matthew. Randall did not think much of the Madonna's compassion, but St. Matthew's persistence and actions touched him deeply. The church now was no longer the rotten organization that the archbishop used to deceive little boys. It was no longer a weak organization that never revealed its true miracles. The church now had monks who kept themselves clean, persisted in their ideals, and were not afraid of sacrificing themselves. They had miracles that were revealed to people every few days, and they had powerful supernatural powers. Compared to the Iron Throne now, to be honest, Randall looked down on the Dragon Queen. Because she was a woman, because she was independent, because she was not Westeros. But compared to the Dragon Queen, Cersei, Yuluen, and Stannis were nothing. The Iron Throne would not be able to save the world. The ones who could end the king of deviant ghosts and dispel the darkness must be the seven gods. With this understanding, Randall Tarley's choice to join the church was logical. And Randall Tarley was just the beginning. St. Matthew baptized Randall immediately and personally helped him put on a colorful cloak, not a rainbow. The White Knight's cloak was pure white, and the Red Knight's cloak had a flaming red heart pattern. The colorful cloak was one of the symbols of the warrior's sons. The former commander of the warrior's sons, Sir Theodore, also took the initiative to step down and give the position of commander to the famous general of the Seven Kingdoms, Randall Tarley. He was willing to be his deputy. The news of Randall Tarley leading the Jowling soldiers to join the warrior's sons spread. That night, more than 20 great nobles came to St. Matthew and applied to join the warrior's sons. They were also believers of the seven gods. In the Holy Church Hall facing St. Matthew and the statues of the seven gods, they all said their heartfelt words, "Matthew, you're too awesome. You sacrificed yourself to overcome the demons, stabbed the heart, cut the chicken to continue 10 feet 8 golden body, and broke the evil with divine palms. You've really opened the eyes of us muggles who haven't seen the world." The story of Buddha cutting his flesh to feed the eagle and sacrificing his life to feed the tiger convinced believers mainly because Buddha could not die after cutting his flesh and sacrificing his life. Immortality was the key. If one day you saw a report on the news, a man died in Lop Nur, a camera was left at the scene, and some of his bones were gnawed by beasts. The police found a video in the camera's memory card. The video was taken by the man before his death. In the video, the man said that he met a wolf that was dying of starvation. He only had instant noodles with him, and the wolf did not eat them. I couldn't bear to see the wolf starve to death, so I decided to sacrifice myself to feed it. What do you think? This is a psychopath. Cherish life, stay away from forbidden areas. God, it's the mysterious Lop Nur. There must be a strange magnetic field that interferes with his thoughts and makes him hallucinate. Different people had different opinions, but absolutely no one respected him as Buddha. Not everyone was qualified to sacrifice themselves to feed the tiger. If St. Matthew was stabbed to death by Yuluen, then he was a big idiot. If he didn't die, then it was a miracle, a sacrifice, and a practice of the Mother of Mercy. Rando and the nobles who joined the Sons of Warriors were all witnesses of Matthew's demonic sacrifice. In the end, they became the white doves in the story of the Mother of Mercy. St. Matthew found that he had not failed. He reenacted the story in the Bible, and his compassion for the Mother of Mercy's teachings became more firm. His soul sublimated and became an archangel. He continued to work hard. The next day, he went to Erlu's camp and used his fearless spirit to influence Erlu and the red-robed woman. Well, he didn't even let go of Melisandre. In Erlu's tent in front of countless people, Matthew looked at Erlu with pity and love and said, "Poor child, you have lost your way. I can feel your pain. Your body is in the human world, but your soul has fallen into hell." Although he was dressed in coarse linen and his face was not outstanding, there was a kind of motherly kindness in him that went deep into the hearts of the people around him. Almost everyone could feel his sincerity and pain. Yes, it was pain. Because he felt the pain of Erlu, who was suffering in hell. He pitied him so much that he was heartbroken. This was the new ability of an archangel. Matthew could feel the hearts of believers like the Mother of Mercy. He could see the pain and confusion of others at a glance, and then pass on his love and compassion to the other party. Not to mention Davos and the other believers of the 7 gods in the tent. Even Erlu's cold and dead heart was touched. Matthew didn't use illusion or mind reading. He completely used his heart to feel and care for the other party's heart. This was the king's way of mercy. There was no deception, only sincerity, and he let the other party feel his sincerity. Erlu was deeply shocked. After the shock, he became angry and asked Matthew to get out. Instead, Matthew used the divinity of mercy to recite the 7 Stars Bible, intending to use the teachings of the 7 gods to help Erlu out of the sea of suffering. Well, that scene could be referred to as Tang Sanzang and Joker, who had just finished singing, "Only You." Chapter 879. She didn't know if Tang Sang's chanting had any magic power, but St. Matthew's chanting did have a magical effect. It wasn't an evil magic like mind distortion. The chanting had only one effect. The chanter's heart was completely exposed to the audience, so as to achieve the purpose of communicating the doctrines. If St. Matthew's pretense to Erlu was just to show off, then the audience wouldn't feel the slightest sincerity and wouldn't be touched at all. If St. Matthew really felt Erlu's pain and mercifully reached out to pull him out of the sea of suffering, then everyone, including Erlu, would feel the sincerity in the chanting. Erlu felt Matthew's pity and understood the doctrine of the 7 gods in the chanting, but his heart was clear. His stubbornness and the reality of his situation made him unable to accept the mercy of a monk. He was angry, ashamed, and resentful. Then the red-robed woman made a move and blocked St. Matthew's harassment of Erlu with the power of her soul. So Matthew targeted her again. The Holy Mother of Mercy could deliver the world, and both humans and demons could be saved. The red-robed woman was naturally included. The belief that you have persisted in your heart for a long time has become illusory and broken, which makes you confused. Like me, you feel pity for the miserable experience of the people around you and want to help them, but you don't know where the road out of the sea of suffering is. In fact, priestess, you are very wise. As long as you look back and look at the 7 gods of light, you will see a different scenery. If you want, I can personally guide you on the path of glory of the 7 gods, St. Matthew said sincerely. Melisandre immediately felt bad. She had an epiphany. The other party's sneaky eyes seemed to be able to see through her heart and even her past. And just like Erlu, St. Matthew's pity and concern for her were so obvious that she completely felt it. But there was only shame and anger in her heart. Even your Holy Mother Dani Reese doesn't dare to say such things to me. Who do you think you are to pity me? A fake cultivator whose age is barely a fraction of mine, but who has worshipped wooden statues for decades like an idiot actually dares to put on airs in front of me, arrogantly wanting to convert me to the 7 gods. The red-robed woman had cultivated for hundreds of years, and had almost never lost her temper. But this time she lost her composure. She pointed at the old cultivator who was reciting the 7 stars holy scripture with a compassionate expression and shouted, "Beat him up." Hearing that he was going to be beaten, St. Matthew's smile became even more benevolent. At least it's better than you Lewin, who stabbed him in the heart and cut off his penis. Perhaps I can really reform the red heart demon today. Even if they couldn't immediately convert to the right path, they had to let them feel the greatness of the teachings of the 7 gods. With this thought in mind, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and continued to chant the scripture with the compassionate divinity. At first, the Red Heart Knight did not really hit him, but simply picked him up and left the tent, throwing him on the ground outside the door. Saint Matthew did not leave, but sat at the door and continued to chant loudly. Erlu and Aunt May thought, "I'll ignore you, let you feel bored, and then leave." But half an hour later, Saint Matthew's voice was still loud and clear, and the teachings of the 7 Stars Holy Scripture spread far and wide in the camp. When it reached Erlu and Aunt May's ears in the tent, it attracted more people's attention. The sound of beating and kicking flesh, along with the cultivator's muffled chanting, entered the tent together. Erlu paced back and forth in the narrow space irritably. "He won't leave even if I beat him up like this. I'm afraid that even if I throw him out of the camp, he'll still stand on the road and chant loudly. It'll be even worse. Why don't we expose Danny Liss's true colors to him?" He asked the red-robed woman who was also restless. "It's no use, he won't believe it. Danny Liss's tricks are even more miraculous than most of the true God's miracles. Resurrecting the dead, worldwide healing, atonement scrolls, rumors of heaven, the arrival of the Holy Mother. If I didn't know everything, I would have believed that the 7 gods are real. In fact, at this point, even if we did our best to expose the details of Danny Liss's usurpation of the 7 gods, it would be meaningless. Because the miracles are real, the teachings are also real, and the actions of the 7 gods have always been in line with the teachings of the 7 gods themselves." At this point, the red-robed woman could not help but smile bitterly and shake her head. Just the maturing priest system alone has allowed the Church of the 7 Gods to surpass all the other churches in the world. If the 7 gods are fake, then who would dare to say that they are real? What's this? The fake 7 gods are more real than the true gods, then who is the fake god? What is real? Erlu's face was pale, and his voice was filled with deep exhaustion and faint despair. The red-robed woman suddenly looked up and stared at the man opposite her. "Don't doubt it. The prophecy of Asha is real, the red god Lalo is real, and your identity as the savior is also real. What's the difference between real and fake? Danny Lissa is fake, but she did better than the true gods. Before she usurped the position of the 7 gods, the saints of the Church of the 7 Gods were only extreme people like Saint Baylor and Saint Sparrow. They were more like mentally ill than saints. When she became the Holy Mother, she taught a saint who was truly compassionate and fearless of sacrifice. Even I could feel his sincerity and compassion." Erlu sighed. "You were affected by his divine language." "Matthew is a demigod," Melisandre said. Erlu pointed at the tent door. "Maybe I was affected, but I didn't listen to his chanting. I only saw what was happening outside the door. You said he was a demigod, but a demigod was punched and kicked by a mortal knight, and his compassion remained unchanged. Is this something an ordinary person can do? Whether he is a saint or not, it has nothing to do with us," Melisandre said. He waved his hand weakly and pointed at the military map hanging on the wall. "How can it have nothing to do with us? I'm about to attack King's Landing, and the city is full of believers of the 7 gods. If a true saint appears, the believers will naturally unite around him. So when I take King's Landing, how should I rule? Do I have to clean up the great cathedral of Baylor and burn the statues of the 7 gods? Even Cersei and Yuluen aren't that crazy. Matthew will lead the sparrows and refugees away from King's Landing, and the great cathedral of Baylor will be built into a fortress. It's obvious that Danny Lissa doesn't intend to fight with you for King's Landing." After a pause, Melisandre lowered her voice and said, "And it's not like you don't have any helpers. The Light King has sent an oracle to the Red Temple of the Free Cities, and countless hand of the Holy Fire and Red Temple priests will cross the sea to the Westeros. You are the Holy Son of the Red God Church, and the Light King's spokesperson in the mortal world. The Red Priests of Myr, Pentos, Bravos, and even Volantis will listen to your command." Stannis was shocked and asked, "For the forbidden spell array of 10,000 extraordinaries? For ending the long night? For the Battle of King's Landing led by you? The Frost God is the Light King's eternal enemy, and only Lalo can save the world. The Red Priests who serve the Light King will certainly not stand by and watch what happens in the Westeros," the red-robed woman said righteously. The truth was not as dignified as Melisandre made it out to be. It was true that Lalo had called for the Red Temple priests of the Free Cities to support King's Landing, But the purpose was to clean up the dirty water that the Dragon Queen had poured on him and the Red Temple. Danny had arranged for the Allied prisoners of war to return home and spread the information about Lalo. As long as she did not want to lose the faith of the humans, she only had one choice: to use practical actions to prove that the Red Priests were different from the despicable and weak nobles, and that they would fulfill their mission to end the long night. In other words, she would cross the narrow sea and go to the Westeros to fight the other ghosts. At this moment in Volantis, Machiro, who had received the oracle, left the Black Wall and returned to the Red Temple outside the Black Wall. As usual, he stood on the highest pillar and preached to his believers. The Black Wall nobles have given up on the people of Volantis, but the Red Gods have not. Like all of you, I have been deceived by the consul. Yes, I had publicly declared on the day the sun was broken that it was temporary, and that the sun would come out. That was a lie, a white lie, because the consul promised me that he would use the lie to temporarily maintain the stability of the city, and then he would use the opportunity to buy food from the other cities to relieve Volantis. I sacrificed myself and the honor of the temple, but the consul did not fulfill his promise. They did buy food, but they bought the food on the market of Volantis and transported it to the Black Wall for the nobles to eat. Now I declare that the Black Wall nobles are the common enemy of the people and the Red Temple, and the cursed fate will befall them. I will always be with you, and the Light King will definitely save his believers in the mortal world. But the temple has no food, and the Light King cannot conjure food. The best way to save the world is to end the long night and summon the sun again. Now I will lead the priests of the temple to the Westeros to help Stannis the Savior kill the king of deviant ghosts and defeat the Frost God. The Red God priests abandoned the nobles and chose the greater source of their faith, the slaves and the civilians. Thus, the Dragon Queen's lie that the Red God Church colluded with the nobles and betrayed their believers was exposed. 3 days later, in the Red Keep's Queen Dowager Tower, Cersei asked routinely, "Is St. Matthew still outside the city to convert the Red Heart demon?" Sister Morley shook her head and said regretfully, "When St. Matthew was about to succeed, the Red Heart demon and the Red Heart Banshee ran away." Ran away? Cersei was stunned. Where did they go? Probably back to Rosby City. St. Matthew will leave the King's Landing in 2 days, and he has no time to look for them, Sister Morley said disappointedly. Cersei stomped her foot and shouted, "What a pity, what a pity! If he could convert them, the King's Landing would be one less disaster. Whether it is converting Erlu to the 7 gods or sending him to hell with the Holy Mother's palm, my Cersei dynasty would be preserved." She was truly regretful. In the beginning, she did not have much hope for St. Matthew to convert Erlu. When she heard that he was beaten up by the Red Heart Knight, she even looked down on him. But one day passed and the next. The news she heard from Sister Morley was getting more and more exaggerated. For example, on a cold night, St. Matthew insisted on chanting in front of Erlu's tent. Erlu woke up in the middle of the night and cried. Even Cersei knew that Stannis was really affected by St. Matthew. He might even turn back and become a monk. Another example was that Erlu was angry because of his crying. When he woke up the next day, he took extra care of St. Matthew. He asked the knight to whip the old monk's back and butt with a wrist-thick branch. The old monk's clothes were torn and his skin was torn. Then a miracle happened. A Holy Mother's golden body appeared around St. Matthew. An illusory golden Holy Mother about the same size as Matthew appeared and overlapped with the old monk's body. It was like a human-shaped golden bell. Chapter 880. The little gold clone was too small and useless to Dany, so it was left in the faith space for Matthew to borrow. At present, only Matthew's line of faith was connected to the subconsciousness of Westeros, and he was the only one who could extract the thoughts of all living beings from the subconsciousness to cultivate the little gold clone. When Yu Luan was converted, the little gold clone that appeared in everyone's spiritual perspective was a blown-up version of the little gold clone. It looked big, but it was actually very illusory and fragile. The reason why the Storm God could annihilate the will of Yu Luan was mainly because of Saint Dany, who also descended on the scene. Well, it was also the first time that Dany's will descended on a believer. To put it bluntly, the little gold clone was just a gimmick. The real fight was between Dany, who used 70% of her strength, and the Storm God, who used an unknown amount of strength. In the end, the thought of the storm god was engraved with a spirit and disappeared. After that, Danny found that the little gold clone had doubled in height from a small glass marble to a big glass marble. When the little gold clone was borrowed by Matthew, he would automatically absorb the thoughts of all living beings from the subconsciousness of the continent to fill the little gold clone. When converting Erlu, the little gold clone that acted as Matthew's golden bell shield was strengthened at an even faster speed. In the beginning, its defensive power was only equivalent to a thick unlined garment. In the evening it became a thick quilt. The next day it became a leather jacket. On the third day it was as strong as a leather armor. Danny was pleasantly surprised, but Melisandre was not calm. She could see that the St. Mary's golden clone on Matthew was a belief clone of Dragon Queen, and that clone was growing rapidly as St. Matthew converted them. Although Aunt May did not understand the reason, she guessed that she and Erlu had become the whetstones for the belief clone and Matthew himself. Matthew's sacrifice was not only a beautiful world, but also a kind of self-cultivation. Aunt May's and Erlu's Tao hearts were indeed flawed. After the Battle of Winterfell, especially after the sacrifice of Shireen, they were not in the right state of mind. If the stalemate continued, Matthew would become sharper and smoother, while their own psychological flaws would become bigger. If Matthew, Erlu, and Melisandre were locked in the same cell, Erlu would most likely collapse in all aspects after a year and a half. His faith, outlook on life, worldview, and beliefs would all collapse. Even if Aunt May could persevere, her worldview would change. Therefore, the way the two of them decisively ran away. Perhaps they had really missed the opportunity to repent and be saved? Well, they would rather die than turn back. The sun above Blackwater Bay shone brightly for 5 days and 5 nights. Dragon Queen's royal fleet sent out galleons more than 1,000 times, transporting a total of 200,000 old, young, and women to Tidehead Island. St. Matthew led about 250,000 refugees and poor people, who could travel long distances south to Storm's End Fortress. At this point, the King's Landing migration plan was declared complete. Danny had fulfilled her obligations and done everything she could. On the night of St. Matthew's departure, the light of the 7 holy towers of Holy Light of the Holy Cathedral was extinguished. In the training field south of the great Cathedral of Baylor, 99% of the coffins that used to occupy the space were gone, and the rest were placed in the warehouse in the backyard. The training field paved with blue stone floors was empty, and only the angry howling of the north wind could be heard here alone. Hiss, a huge black shadow flew over from the east and let out a low cry before slowly descending. When the pterosaur steadied itself on the ground, a one-armed monk holding an oil lamp was already standing in the corridor next to the training field. "I didn't expect you to really come." Looking at the short man who slid down from the pterosaur's back, the one-armed hero Lancel had a complicated expression. "Even though I've become more handsome, taller, and have the title of Targaryen's super illegitimate son, I'm still Tyrion, your cousin, Uncle Kevin's nephew, and Papa Tywin's good son." Tyrion took off his windproof helmet and giggled. "Bastard, you still have the face to call me Papa and Uncle." Tyrion was grinning as he made his way up the stone steps, his helmet tucked under his armpit, when a tall figure darted out from behind the pillars of the cloister, snarled, drew his sword, and came striding toward him. The dwarf was only shocked for a moment before he guessed the person's identity from the familiar figure and voice. He chuckled and did not dodge. With a clang, he threw his helmet away and grabbed the handle of the axe on his back with one hand. He shouted, "Almighty Dragon of Heaven!" The next moment, a golden rune lit up between his eyebrows. His body expanded like a balloon from 1.4 meters to 1.6 meters in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 cold glints met in midair. Clang yellow sparks flew when the axe and sword collided. Then, the person opposite him grunted and his sword flew out of his hand. It flew back 4 to 5 meters and embedded itself 2 inches into the pillar with a thud. "Ha ha ha, Jaime, you've been defeated by me." The dwarf laughed excitedly. The sword handle was still vibrating in the air when the man who had lost his sword quickly lowered his body and took a step forward diagonally. With a sweep of his leg, the laughing giant immediately lost his balance and fell forward. Boom! With great difficulty, the dwarf used his axe to support himself on the ground and stabilized his body. But the next moment he felt a strong force coming from behind him. With a thud, he fell to the ground. It was Jamie who had nimbly circled behind the dwarf and kicked him in the back. After kicking the dwarf to the ground, Jamie stepped forward and sat behind him. The dagger in his left hand was pressed against the dwarf's neck. He sneered, "You want to defeat me? Dream on. So what if you have boundless strength? Your martial arts are too lousy." I was too reckless. Other than strength, swordsmanship and agility also determined the outcome of a duel. Tyrion sighed. The golden rune between his eyebrows dimmed and his body shrunk like a pig with a hole. "But I haven't lost." He struggled to turn his body. He was still lying on the ground, but he was facing Jamie. Jamie sat on his lower abdomen and did not put away the dagger in his hand. "You haven't lost? Try it." The cold blade caused goosebumps to appear on his skin. "My life-saving spell is a bit disgusting. I was afraid of scaring you." The dwarf smiled bitterly. "You have already scared me." Jamie looked at the dwarf's face in bewilderment. "Could it be that you were really cursed by the forest witches when you were young? How about it? Handsome enough, right?" The dwarf winked. Jamie sneered and slid the dagger from his neck to his cheek. "Maybe I should peel off your skin and see if there is another deformed ugly face underneath. Or I can pull out your heart and see if it is also cursed. I killed my father, but Uncle Kevin's death really has nothing to do with me." The dwarf sighed. "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" Lancel walked down the steps and looked at him suspiciously. Seeing Jamie's expression that said he was lying, Tyrion said angrily, "Are you two idiots? In that situation, who would benefit the most from Uncle Kevin's death? When the lion is unlucky, Targaryen is happy, and you are Targaryen wearing the lion's skin," Jamie said with a gloomy expression. "You would rather believe that I am a demon than that she is a beast? You are a beast. You could even kill your father, let alone your uncle," Jamie said coldly. "I can pull the trigger only because our father is also a beast. He did those beastly things to me. Isn't it natural to kill him? But what did Uncle Kevin do to me? If Targaryen really wanted the lion to be unlucky, he didn't need to plot an assassination. Wouldn't it be better to just ride a dragon and breathe fire?" As Tyrion spoke, he reached out and pushed Jamie's chest. He did not push. "What are you riding me for? Although I've become more handsome, I don't look like our horse sister at all," the dwarf said with his hip out. Jamie sat down a few times and patted the dwarf's handsome face with the dagger in his hand. "Be honest. If you don't make things clear today, don't think you can leave in one piece." "Oh, you really think you have me, Tessa?" The pterosaur, who had been crouching on the side like a statue, flicked her tail lightly and sent Jamie tumbling a few times. It was as easy as a broom sweeping goose feathers. "Baby, be good." The dwarf got up and smiled as he patted the pterosaur's tail that was half the height of a man. "You told him to ambush me?" He turned to Lancel, who was holding a lamp. "Jamie can find me, but I can't find him," the one-armed hero said. "Where have you been recently? The other ghosts are going south. Why haven't you returned to Casterly Rock to take charge of the defense?" As soon as he asked, the dwarf waved his hand and mocked himself. "I'm so stupid. Who else could you be staying in King's Landing for?" Jamie fell a little hard. After taking a few breaths, he used his hands to support himself and slowly got up. "Cersei would never murder her own uncle." He growled. "How long has it been since you last saw her?" "Half a year and a half. It's almost 2 years, right?" Tyrion looked at his brother's crotch with pity. "You haven't used that thing of yours during this time? What nonsense are you talking about?" Jamie's eyes flashed with embarrassment. "Your dick is almost rusty, but she has already played herself to the point of breaking, bastard." Jamie's eyes were bloodshot. He roared and pounced on the dwarf again. This time the dwarf did not fantasize about using force to defeat his brother. He took a step back and waved his right hand in Lancel's direction. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the flame of the oil lamp stretched out 3 feet and was as thick as an arm blocking Jamie's path. "Calm down. I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you become so irritable? Are you holding back?" The dwarf shouted. "This is magic." Jamie's anger did not disappear, but he calmed down. "You've become a fire wizard? As expected of the noble blood of the true dragon." "You don't say. The blood of the true dragon is superior to that of the lion." The dwarf retorted. I don't want to quarrel with you. Don't think I'm in the wrong. Let me tell you, I don't feel guilty when facing you. You killed my father and I killed yours. We both have our reasons. You and I are brothers. We should call it even. Lancel's mouth twitched. Jaime's cheek twitched a few times. You said the Mad King deserved to die. I killed him well. I did. The dwarf nodded. But you also taught me that if anyone dares to touch my woman, I'll take his life. You know better than I do how my father treated Tessa. How could I bear it when you told me the secret at that time? What's more, I found snow in his bed. When did I teach you that? Jaime said. You've been teaching me with your actions. If someone did that to Cersei, how would you react? Jaime was silent. After a while he said, You're right. I can't tolerate you insulting her. Insulting? Are you crazy? I said she was a slut. Isn't that the truth? The dwarf pointed at Lancel. Ask our bishop cousin how many men the sinner Cersei has. Lancel regretted not leaving earlier. Chapter 881. The north wind was howling in the courtyard, and the room was no warmer than the outside without a fireplace. The atmosphere between the three Lannister brothers seemed to have frozen into ice in the cold air. After a while, Lancel broke the silence and asked in a low voice, You really didn't kill my father? The dwarf hugged his cloak tighter and said with certainty, It was Cersei and you, Luwin. Then, he explained why he went to see Kevin and what he discussed with Kevin. You can ask around and see if Uncle Kevin had any intention of surrendering that day. Then you will know if I'm lying. In fact, if you use your brains, I would have admitted to the crime of patricide without hesitation. Why would I lie about a lesser crime? Lancel looked down and sighed. Jaime pursed his lips, and his face twisted in extreme pain. The dwarf killing his father and Cersei killing her uncle seemed crazier, but the dwarf had a legitimate reason for killing his father, while Cersei did it for power. Jaime even sympathized with the dwarf, but he could not accept killing his own father for power. What about Tommen? He asked bitterly. 7 hells. Why don't you say that I'm responsible for all the murders in the Red Keep? Tyrion was furious. He waved his hand and shouted, That day, you all thought that I killed Joffrey, but what happened? I can even tolerate that crazy second-generation Joffrey. Why would I kill the honest Tommen? Tommen was poisoned to death by a shapeshifter. Lancel interrupted. On the first night of Tommen's mortuary, a stray cat sneaked into the great cathedral and seemed to want to attack Cersei. Fortunately, St. Matthew, who was only an archbishop at that time, was there and severely injured the stray cat's soul. When the stray cat escaped, a monk was scratched by it and died immediately in the same way as Tommen. At that time the long night had not yet come. We knew nothing about the shapeshifters and other supernatural beings. Later, when the sun went out and the mother gave an oracle, she told the archbishop all the secrets of the world. Only then did we know that the cat was the shapeshifter's animal companion. Stark. Stark. The two brothers spoke at the same time. Jaime looked hesitant, but the dwarf's tone was certain. Which Stark do you think it is? Jaime looked at his brother and asked. Perhaps it's the three-eyed crow? At this moment the dwarf was once again uncertain. Jaime pondered this for a moment before he shook his head and said, It might be Jon Snow, Sansa or Arya, but it wouldn't be the three-eyed crow. I've seen Bran before. He's very powerful. If he wanted to kill Cersei, he wouldn't have had to wait until then. The main reason was that the gnome didn't participate in the Battle of Winterfell. If he had gone and interacted with Arya, he wouldn't have any suspicions and would be able to identify the culprit. Forget it, there's no need to guess. It's Stark anyway. This is retribution. The grudge between the lion and the direwolf. Jaime sighed bitterly. No matter who killed her, there's no need to pursue this matter. The lion killed Ide and Robb, so let's use Tommen to pay with his life. To that child, death might be a form of release. At least when we face Stark in the future, we don't have to feel guilty anymore. Our families are even. I've never felt guilty. I didn't throw Bran, I didn't stab Ide, and I didn't kill Robb, Tyrion said. If you weren't held captive by a woman like Catelyn, why would I stab Ide? Why would father attack Hugien? In the end, you're the starting point of everything, Jaime said angrily. I should let father see how brainless his chosen successor is. Even now, he still doesn't understand the true cause of the War of the Four Kings. Tyrion mocked as he pointed outside the window. You think you're smart? Jaime spat out. Idiot. You're the idiot. Littlefinger has been dead for so long, and you still don't know that he's the mastermind, Tyrion retorted. Jaime smiled coldly. Smart man, tell me, how did Littlefinger die? The anger on the dwarf's face froze. Littlefinger's death was still an unsolved case. Could it be you? What have you been doing for the past 2 years? If I didn't hear that you went to Winterfell to fight deviant ghosts, I would have thought that some bastard buried you on the side of the road, Tyrion said in shock. It's a long story. Jaime waved his hand and sighed. Finally, I've repaid my debt. What debt? Speak clearly, the dwarf asked curiously. I can't say, I swear to keep it a secret. Jaime shook his head. The dwarf frowned and thought for a moment. His expression suddenly changed and he said in shock, could it be that Stark is still alive? I want to save Cersei. Jaime changed the topic abruptly. The dwarf had been staring at his face. Now that he had gotten the answer he wanted, he couldn't help but exclaim, I thought that Targaryen's life was the toughest. Even after the kingdom was destroyed, there would still be descendants who would rise again. Now, I realize that Stark is the main character. After so many years, no one died. Perhaps one day, Id will suddenly appear. I shouldn't be surprised. You don't have to worry about that. Id Stark's bones have been burned to ashes. In Winterfell, I saw it with my own eyes. The Stark in the tomb was burned to ashes, Jaime said. The dwarf smiled proudly. So it really is Catelyn. It's unbelievable that she was revived by the Red Priest. Jaime was shocked and angry. The dwarf waved his hand and smiled. Don't be agitated. I'm not trying to trick you. Stark's family only has a few people. Robb's head is embedded in the Magic Mountain, and Id has been burned to ashes. Only Catelyn is left. I've heard rumors about the Lightning King long ago. Back then, I thought it was just a trick played by the Flagless Brotherhood. Now that gods and demons are everywhere, it would be foolish of me to think that way. Sigh, Madame Stoneheart is a demon. You'd better not provoke her. Don't ask about her. Don't have any interactions with her. Jaime sighed. Tyrion shook his head disapprovingly and smiled with satisfaction. Jaime, you've been hanging around Westeros all this time. It's inevitable that your vision is a little narrow. I've seen too many terrifying people, gods, and demons in the past 2 years. A mere Madame Stoneheart, eh? Lancel glanced outside the window and reminded, it's getting late. The 7-star Tower of Holy Light will light up at 6 in the morning. Cultivators wake up even earlier for their morning classes. You should get down to business. Tyrion looked around at the narrow and empty cold stone room and frowned. Waking up early and sleeping late. You're still living in this kind of room. You're living too shabby. The room that looked like an ice cellar was only 15 square meters. It should be very narrow, but other than a half-meter wide and 2-meter long wooden bed and a small office table and chair, there was nothing else. It was empty, but it also gave off a strange feeling of spaciousness. Now the dwarf and Lancel were sitting on a hard, thatched bed, while Jaime sat on a small stool. My living conditions have already surpassed 90% of the people in the 7 nations, Lancel said calmly. As long as you like it. Tyrion shrugged and turned to Jaime. Where do you live now? A cave. What? The dwarf thought he was hallucinating. I'm digging a cave under Aegon Hill. It's the Red Castle's secret passage. Now the secret passage is full of traps. I can only choose a suitable place to dig another path according to the original secret passage map that Varys provided. Jaime sighed. You're really stubborn. The dwarf didn't know what to say. The night had come. Today the other ghosts were heading south. Instead of returning to the western region to reorganize the defenses and protect their homes, he went to dig a cave. After a while he asked softly, she's already rotten. Is it worth it? Other than me, who else can save her? She must be looking forward to my arrival. That's enough. Jaime looked down and sighed. The dwarf rubbed his numb face and asked, how can I help you? You're not waiting for me here just to rekindle our brotherhood. This is really unexpected. Jaime didn't know you were coming. But the news of a noble coming to the cathedral to collect the coffins of his ancestors spread in King's Landing. He's also here to deal with the 4 coffins, Lancel said. Cremate them. I'll send the ashes to Casterly Rock. After this long night, the funeral customs of the Westeros will definitely change. Cremation will become the norm, Tyrion said. Jaime looked at the dwarf and said, You're wearing Vassar armor, right? Dany Rise is really good to you. Stannis is about to attack King's Landing. There's still one last section of the tunnel to the Red Castle that hasn't been checked for traps. Maybe you can help me. What do you want? Tyrion asked cautiously. Vassar armor can protect against poison arrows, bear traps and poison salts. You want me to take a mine? Tyrion shouted. Cersei is also your sister. Jaime sighed. I want to use that sister to feed the wraiths. Cersei is the most beautiful Cersei when she's turned into a ghoul. She has the same idea for me. Tyrion shouted. Then will you help me? Jaime asked directly. The dwarf hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, you don't have to worry about Cersei's safety. King's Landing won't be defended. Stannis' 2-headed dragon is very scary. It's the fallen demigod Megalosaurus Vargal. And I have a deal with Stannis. After he takes the Red Castle, he'll give Cersei and the Lion Army to me. Including you, he added. What deal? Jaime was puzzled. Half a month ago, I was negotiating with Davos on Tidehead Island. Have you heard of it? Jaime nodded. There's Vargal's little bird on Tidehead Island. You're still messing around with that fat eunuch? Now that things have come to this, do you still not understand his scheme? He didn't even mention what Rhaega and his siblings did. He only talked about Lannister. That night, I was able to see Pops and kill him because of his scheme. Even a fool knows that Lannister, who has Duke Tywin, will never let Aegon take the Iron Throne. Tyrion frowned. Did he hold your hand and force you to pull the trigger? Jaime mocked. Tyrion's right hand waved unconsciously in the air a few times. In the end, he weakly placed it on his leg and sighed. I persuaded Sansa to provide 100,000 tons of food to Stannis and swore allegiance to him with her. With the 2 strongest competitors for the Iron Throne gone, Stannis was happy to let you and Cersei go. He also promised not to ride the 2-headed dragon and burn Casterly Rock. You're quite considerate. You even gave up your father's Iron Throne. Jaime's expression was calm. It was hard to tell if he was mocking or admiring. Sigh, you might not believe it, but the effort I put in to protect Lannister is more than you and Cersei combined. The dwarf sighed. Then help me save Cersei, Jaime said. So what I said before was for nothing? I don't believe Stannis's promises. The fake Crown Prince Aegon is a good example. Also, tell me, when he rode the dragon to burn the Red Castle, how did he avoid Cersei, who was hiding somewhere? Chapter 882. Holy Mother of God, are you really Tyrion? You've grown so tall and handsome. You've changed so much. In the dark cave, the turbid air was filled with the faint fragrance of the rosin torch. As the bearded fat warrior limped closer, Tyrion smelled the familiar scent of cosmetics. It was the fat eunuch Varys who had disguised himself as the bearded warrior. Before the Tower of Light lit up, Tessa carried 4 coffins and carried Jaime and Tyrion out of the sacred hall. The 2 brothers worked for an entire morning and finally burned the 4 corpses to ashes. They put them into 4 jars and hung them around Tessa's neck. Then they snuck into the narrow beach behind the Red Castle from the direction of Blackwater Bay, and entered the cave on the cliff. There were many traps buried in the tunnel leading to the Red Castle. The traps that belonged to Varys had already been marked, and the traps that Kevin had arranged for the Lion Army to set up had also been checked over the past few months. Only the last few hundred meters of the tunnel remained. Before approaching the last stone path, Tyrion and Jaime met Varys. You haven't changed much. You're still sneaking around and scheming in the dark. Tyrion sneered. Varys stuck the torch into the stone wall and leaned closer to observe Tyrion. Strange. You don't look like King Aerys or Prince Viserys after you recover from the curse, he said. You don't look like King Aerys or Prince Viserys at all. You don't even look like Madame Joanna. You and Jaime are still brothers, but there's still no resemblance. Instead, you look like a non-Undul foreign bloodline. Why? After being reminded by Varys, Jaime also reacted. I really don't look like an undull. His rough left hand touched his brother's face and pinched for a while. He shook his head and said, It's not a faceless human skin mask. You're crazy. Tyrion pushed Jaime's arm away and shouted, This is the High Valeglia bloodline, the royal bloodline. After calling out, Tyrion stepped forward and grabbed the fat eunuch's greasy and dirty woolen sweater. Varys, don't try to change the topic. The Dragon Queen will deal with you for murdering Rhaega's 2 children. Now tell me the truth. Did you plan to murder my father? Which father? His Majesty Aerys was killed by your brother. It has nothing to do with me. Duke Tywin was killed by your own hands. I was shocked. Varys laughed. Don't deny it. You wanted to kill my father. Tywin, the final victor of the War of the Four Kings, is your greatest enemy. At that time I found it strange. No matter how dishonest my father was and how lustful he was, there was no need for him to play with my second-hand woman. Besides, he never touched prostitutes. Everyone knows that. Varys shrugged and said, Maybe he just wanted to take revenge on Aerys's son. The Mad King strengthened his wife, so he played with the Mad King's son's wife. That would make him feel the excitement of revenge. For example, your Tessa. Where did Tessa go? Maybe he hid her just like how he hid Shui. Maybe when he rode Tessa and Shui, he shouted, Kill you, wife of Aerys's son. Tessa. Tyrion's body trembled. His eyes were in a daze, and his heart became uncertain. Could it be that after Tessa was rotated by 100 soldiers, Tywin's father hid her and enjoyed her alone? No. The dwarf suddenly recalled how he shot his father to death on the toilet that night. Why did he shoot him? Because he asked him where Tessa went. He thought for a moment before saying scornfully, Oh, Tessa, I remember now. You are the first prostitute. Where else can a prostitute go? Because of this sentence he did not want to kill him, but he was really provoked and then, bastard. Thinking of this, Tyrion was sure that he had been played by Varys. He grabbed the fat eunuch's clothes with his left hand and slammed him against the wall. The index and middle fingers of his right hand heated up and elongated, turning into 2 slender and slippery earthworms. At the top there was a mouthful of rice-sized sharp teeth. Just like Jenny, he used part of his body to turn into a dragon worm. Tisk. Before Varys could react, the dragon worm slithered into his nostrils like a small snake. 7 gods above, what is this? You turned into a monster? The fat eunuch cried out in shock. As he cried out, he struggled. But just as he struggled, he cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts. My heart and liver, don't bite my heart and liver. Dark red blood seeped out of Varys' nostrils. Behave, don't move, don't play any tricks. Tyrion laughed sinisterly. I won't move, don't bite me. Damn it, what kind of monster have you turned into? Are you still Tyrion? Varys looked at the dwarf in front of him in horror. Tyrion, your finger. Jaime was also shocked. Humph, this is witchcraft. Tyrion smiled proudly and said, I have obtained the inheritance of the great wizard Valeglia. I am no longer the same as before. Witchcraft. Varys' eyes were filled with disgust. He said in a low voice, You have fallen to actually learn blood witchcraft. Tyrion sighed and said, I know that when you were young, your tongue was cut off by a wizard, so you hate magic. But reality is cruel. Gods, magic, demons, megalosaurus, and monsters are all real. Burying your head in the sand and pretending to be an ostrich is useless. The deviants are in the north, millions of them like a tide. And there is also the frost god who can casually cast forbidden spells. Without a powerful wizard, the human race will go extinct, just like the other races in the countless eras before. Evil wizard. Varys was unmoved. Forget it, I have nothing to say to a psychopathic muggle like you. Tyrion let himself penetrate deeper into the eunuch's body, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain, before continuing with the previous topic. When I know about your plan with Illyrio, know that the true king in your heart is Aegon, and know that you plan to overthrow Lannister's Iron Throne. All the doubts from before will be clear. Lannister with Tywin is the strongest Lannister, and your scheme will never be realized. So, you will definitely find a chance to kill him. That night you killed him yourself. If I didn't turn back, you would have framed his death on me. Varys was silent. Tyrion laughed coldly. When I was Prime Minister we were good friends. You often sent Shui into the tower of the Prime Minister through the secret passageway of the Red Keep for me to fuck. It was done quietly and no one knew. Unfortunately, when my father returned to King's Landing and became the hand of the king, he also lived in the tower of the Prime Minister, in the bedroom I slept in before. You used the same method to send Shui to the same bed. If I had left the Red Keep like a coward, you would have returned to the tower of the Prime Minister, killed Shui and my father, and then left some traces of my appearance. In fact, after I killed Shui and my father I didn't leave any traces, and there was no third party at the scene. But the next day everyone agreed that I did it. Why? Shui. Shui is my biggest trace. That poor woman, perhaps she still wanted to seduce the new hand of the king, but she didn't know that my father hated prostitutes the most. The dwarf smiled bitterly. Is this true? Jamie asked in a trembling voice. If it was true, then he had been played by Varys. Varys looked at Tyrion and said, "First, pull that thing out of my nose. You make me feel like I'm having chicken tips. They're your slender dick." Tyrion shuddered and cursed in disgust. "My dick is so thick that it can take your last breath. If you don't tell the truth, Humph, let me tell you, I've played with all kinds of trash in Slaver's Bay. I've been through a lot, and I can get hard even in the face of a fat eunuch." Varys clenched his thighs and looked at the dwarf in horror. A chill crept up Jaime's spine, and he hurriedly took a few steps back, as if Tyrion was emitting a plague. "I misunderstood you." Varys apologized sincerely. "I thought you practiced evil witchcraft because of your twisted nature. Now it seems that you're still you and nothing has changed. This kind of twisted witchcraft suits you perfectly. Cut the crap." Tyrion poked him a few more times. "Yes, you guessed right. Pull it out, it hurts." Varys wailed. Then the dwarf pulled out two 20-centimeter-long tentacles that looked like earthworms, sticky and writhing unconsciously in the air, hissing and baring their teeth. It was a horrifying sight. 7 levels of hell. What have you been through in the Ursos continent for the past 2 years? Jaime's scalp went numb, and his voice trembled. "Explain your plot," Tyrion urged angrily, kicking the fat eunuch, who was backing away from him. "Sigh, you're right. As long as Duke Tywin doesn't die, Lannister's Iron Throne will be as stable as Mount Ty. That was what I thought at the time, but now it seems laughable. 10 Tywins wouldn't be enough to defeat the Dragon Queen, and 100 Tywins wouldn't be able to defend the King's Landing against the otherworldly creatures. It's not that he's not strong enough, but he's just like me. He belongs to the real world without magic, gods, or Megalosaurus. The world now is too crazy, and old-school power players like us have been eliminated." Varys sighed. Jaime's face turned ugly. "When I forced you to release Tyrion, was that also part of your plan?" The target was already determined, and all that was left was to act according to the circumstances, the fat eunuch said. Slap. Jaime stepped forward and slapped him hard. "That's it?" Tyrion looked at his brother and said coldly, "I thought you'd give him a stab. When we first met last night, you didn't go easy on me." "If I didn't go easy on you, you would have died long ago." Jaime's face was filled with loneliness as he said bitterly, "Let bygones be bygones. Father plotted against others, and others can plot against him as well. How can there be an innocent person in the game of power? At least Varys really did save you, and later he saved me, but you killed Father." The dwarf frowned and stood there in a daze. Varys looked around and reminded, "If you still have business to attend to, hurry up." When I came in, Stannis was arranging his troops outside the Iron Gate, the gate to the northeast of the King's Landing. They might have already started fighting. "No rush, I still have a few questions I don't understand." Tyrion waved his hand and asked the eunuch, "You're a foreigner, why did you participate in Illyrio's scheme? It's reasonable for him to help his son ascend the Iron Throne, but what do you gain from it?" Chapter 883. After a moment of silence, Varys said in a shrill voice, "Everything I do is for the sake of this country and the common people. In the power games of you nobles, the ones who suffer the most are always the innocent. I want to put an end to all this and change everything." Tyrion looked at him as if he were an alien. "Is there something wrong with your head? You are from Lys." As a foreigner, you care about the lives of Westeros. Do you think you are the slave Misha St. Danny? Even St. Danny is not as generous as you. She only does her best and never takes on responsibilities beyond her abilities. I was born in Lys, but spent most of my life in Westeros, Varys argued. You are lying. Jaime stared at the fat eunuch. Tyrion may be young and does not remember what you did to Rhaegar. But I knew that Barristan and the other old men knew what had happened in the Red Keep. Everyone knows that Aerys is a fatuous ruler, and Rhaegar is a rare example of benevolence and wisdom in the history of the Targaryen royal family. The people of the Seven Kingdoms look forward to the day he takes over. It was you who slandered Aerys and instigated discord between the king and the prince, causing Prince Rhaegar to no longer participate in politics. If you really cared about the people of the Seven Kingdoms, you should not have done that. Is Rhaegar really a wise ruler? Look at what he did after that. The eunuch sneered. You are reversing cause and effect. No matter what he did after that, he did not do anything wrong when you targeted him, Jaime said in a low voice. I did not target him. I only told the king that the nobles secretly supported Rhaegar to replace Aerys. Is this not why King Aerys invited me to be the head of intelligence? Varys said. Stop pretending in front of me. Even a fool would not believe that you love Westeros. Look at the Seven Kingdoms now. How rotten is it? You should take half the blame. It is because of you and Littlefinger behind the scenes that there was the War of the Four Kings and Aegon's True Dragon Alliance. Littlefinger did it for power and to get closer to that iron chair. What about you? Give me a reasonable explanation, or else. The dwarf stretched out his right hand, and his two fingers elongated and changed shape again. A mouthful of fine and sharp teeth split open at the top of his head, and it was hideous and terrifying. 7 levels of hell. Varys took a few steps back and shouted, I'm not lying. Only a prince who grew up as a commoner could become a good king. Before Aegon learned how to walk, he had already begun to learn how to be an excellent ruler. He was trained as a knight in arms, and taught to read and write, history, law, and poetry by maesters. For as long as he could remember, a nun had taught him the mysteries of faith. When he became a big boy, he lived with the fishermen and relied on his own 2 hands to survive. He knew how to fish, cook, mend nets, treat wounds, and wash his own clothes. He knew the fear of being hunted and starved. To him, the crown was his responsibility. He understood that a true king must put his people first and think of them all his life. Tyrion stared blankly at the fat eunuch. Is there really nothing wrong with your brain? What did I say wrong? The fat eunuch said angrily. Is the Aegon you speak of really the same person as the Aegon I met? To be honest, he is not bad, but he has always been protected under your wings, and is no different from the outstanding children of other noble families, putting his people first and thinking of them at all times. The dwarf shook his head mockingly. This sentence completely exposed a fact, and that is that you are lying. As the saying goes, watch a child grow up and watch a person grow up when they are 3 years old. Aegon is not 3 years old. Can't a shrewd person like you see his personality? The one who truly puts his people first is not Aegon but the Dragon Queen. When she first freed the slaves in Astapor, you should have understood this fact. But your first choice is still Aegon, and the slaves Misha are just cannon fodder to be sacrificed. Isn't this a joke? On one hand, you say you want to choose a benevolent king who understands the suffering of the people, but on the other hand, you abandon such a benevolent king. Varys' expression changed several times, then he turned around and ran into the depths of the cave. Although he was missing a leg, he was still as fast as a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered 7 to 8 meters. As expected of a water dancer who had been around for decades. But although he was fast, Tyrion's reaction was not slow either. He pulled out the small crossbow hanging from his waist, and with a whoosh shot an arrow right into Varys' thigh. Ow wow, the eunuch fell to the ground, and Jaime immediately went forward to hold him down. Why are you running? You have already told us about murdering my father, and we will not pursue the matter. We only want to know why you support Aegon. Is there a need to risk your life? Jaime said unhappily. I am getting more and more curious. What secret is it that you would rather die than submit? The dwarf walked over and squatted beside Varys, undoing his belt with a sinister smile. Tyrion, what are you doing? Varys said in shock. What am I doing? What do you think? Jaime, don't be in a daze. Help me hold him down. Damn it, how dare you do such a thing in front of me? I swear, I will cut off your little brother. Jaime's face turned green. I won't use my little brother, only my hand. The dwarf winked at him. I am scaring the damn eunuch. Varys, you should tell the truth. Tyrion is not human. He can do anything. Jaime sighed. Varys closed his eyes and became a corpse. But as soon as Big White's butt was exposed to the cold air, he could not hold on any longer. He wailed, Don't, I will tell you. Tyrion, stop. I will tell you everything. In fact, the dwarf was also in a difficult position. He was even disgusted by the fat eunuch's butt. Now that he heard the eunuch begging for mercy, he pulled up his pants and urged with a wooden face, Speak. The fat eunuch lay face down on the muddy ground. 2 drops of tears seeped out from the corners of his eyes, staining the ground with 2 wet spots. He said in despair, I am Syra's brother, which means I am Aegon's uncle. 7 levels of hell. The dwarf and Jaime shouted at the same time. After being stunned for a while, Tyrion frowned and said, That is reasonable, but why are you running? Even if you are the Mad King's illegitimate son, there is no need to run, right? I am a eunuch. A Targaryen illegitimate son without a little brother. The eunuch choked. So what if I am a eunuch? I am a dwarf. Tyrion's voice became gentler. I would rather exchange my height for your little brother. The eunuch said. No. Tyrion shook his head like a rattledrum. The eunuch sobbed softly. Jaime let go of the eunuch and cleared his throat. It is getting late. Let's get to work. Help me bandage my leg. The eunuch said in a muffled voice with a heavy nasal voice. Jaime checked it and frowned. The wound is very deep. It is best to get a priest in the Holy Church to take a look. They are not good at treating illnesses, but healing is their forte. Let me do it. The dwarf reached out his right hand, and a ball of gentle white light slowly lit up in his palm. Jaime and the eunuch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? How can someone like you become a priest? Jaime said bitterly. The dwarf used his dagger to cut open the wound on the eunuch's leg and took out the arrow. He said casually, You might not know, but I am the first holy knight. My understanding of the teachings of the 7 gods is not inferior to the average white bishop. Actually, the dwarf was avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. With his piety, he was not qualified to be a priest. It was only because he begged that the Dragon Queen gave him a life-saving divine spell. The life-saving effect of holy healing was too good. Later, Dany felt that she could not be biased, so she upgraded the seal of the Holy Knight to version 2.0. In addition to the previous functions, there was an additional, holy healing skill. However, version 2.0 of the seal of the Holy Knight was still in the beta testing stage. Other than the dwarf, only the few white knights on the front lines could use it. I remember that you were an apprentice in the circus when you were young, and Scylla was a prostitute. Tyrion was puzzled. Do slaves have the chance to choose their lives? Varys smiled bitterly. No matter how poor the descendants of the Black Fire are, they should not become slaves. Dany Rise was even a beggar. Tyrion shook his head. She just did not have food to eat. Why did she have to beg? If she heard what you said, she might spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. You, me, and Aegon are different. We are innocent, so she can accept it, but you are the main cause of her miserable life. Then who will be responsible for my miserable life? I would rather be a beggar than lose my dick. Varys asked with a twisted face. You have a bad life. Are you going to blame Dany Rise and the Mad King? Her tragic fate is all because of your and Illyrio's ambition. Tyrion sneered. If I had not been secretly protecting her in Viserys, they would have been killed by Robert's assassins. Varys said. When she catches you, you can try begging her for mercy with those words. Let's see if she'll forgive you. Tyrion sneered. You think I'm afraid of death? Varys sneered. You are not afraid of death, but are you not afraid of being attacked by 10 strong men? If the queen wants to punish you, she will do anything. Tyrion laughed. Have you been attacked by 10 strong men before? Jaime could not help but ask. The dwarf's smile was as sour as expired milk. No, no, no such thing. Don't talk nonsense. Jaime was really suspicious. Looks like I have to find someone to find out what happened to you at Slaver's Bay. Don't do as you please. Tyrion waved his hand weakly and asked the eunuch, is Rhaega's son really dead? Varys shook his head. No one would have thought that Duke Tywin would be so ruthless, even killing a baby. Illyrio's letter to Ashera was fake, and Aegon's substitute baby was real, but that was after Illyrio's son was killed. At the time, Illyrio had just given birth. After learning about the incident at King's Landing, he had a flash of inspiration and suddenly had the idea of having Aegon replace Rhaega's son. Then I began to arrange for the letter and the substitute baby at Reek Bay. That baby had a difficult birth and was not born at all. I deliberately told Sir Clinton that I had the child's father lie to his family and say that the baby had a difficult birth. In fact, he had secretly sold it to me as soon as it was born, and the price was a bottle of red wine. This was a lie that no one could see through, because the baby had a difficult birth, and the baby's father was indeed an alcoholic. When he died drunk in the gutter, no one knew if he had sold his son, but no matter who you asked, they were certain that he would have sold his son for the sake of red wine. Varys looked proud. As for the letter, it was even simpler. I had someone personally deliver the letter to Ashera instead of a messenger crow. The reason was sufficient. I was afraid that the secret would be revealed. And the person who delivered the letter had to travel thousands of kilometers, so it was normal for it to be delayed for a few months. You're an idiot who thinks you're smart. You didn't cover up the biggest flaw, so what's the point of doing these minor details? Tyrion disdained. Chapter 884. What other flaws are there? Varys said unhappily. The way you treat Aegon is so different from how you treat Viserys, Dany, and Lys. As long as Aegon appears, even an idiot will be suspicious, Tyrion sneered. What's there to be suspicious about? Viserys, Dany, and Lys are exposed to Robert, but no one knows of Aegon's existence. Isn't it natural to sacrifice them? Varys said. Do you think it's natural? Tyrion turned to Jaime. Jaime shook his head. I never believed that Varys could be loyal to the Targaryens. Yes, the Targaryens of Aerys branch. When I first saw Aegon on the Rhone River, even if he dyed his hair and changed his identity, I immediately guessed his true identity. Others may not be as smart as me, but once Aegon appears in front of the world, everyone will be suspicious, Tyrion said. Sir Clinton and Lady Ashera both believe it, Varys argued. So, you think that by deceiving two honest people you can deceive the entire world? Then if I close my eyes, will the sky turn dark? Let me tell you the right way to do it. Raising Aegon like that is no problem. But you have to spend some effort on Viserys, Dany, and Lys. Fake an identity to get close to them, such as the Steward of Dane. Feed them, give them clothes to wear. Teach them how to be a prince or princess, and reveal some information about Aegon to them. So what if Robert knows of Aegon's existence? The world is so big, where can he find him? Even if you want Viserys, Dany, and Lys to be cannon fodder, they won't be suspicious. Others will think it's natural. Tyrion stared at the dazed Varys, his expression turning into one of mockery as he continued. With your and Illyrio's intelligence, it would have been easy for you to fix this flaw, but you didn't do so. Illyrio even hinted to me that both red and black dragons were dragons. Hee. This means that you don't care about the title of Lady Jazzy. You want to restore the glory of the Black Fire as soon as you take the Iron Throne. The leader of the Golden Group must also know Aegon's true identity. That's why I said you're stupid. You're so stupid that you think everyone is an idiot, a chess piece that can be manipulated, and there are only two fat chess players on the chessboard. Varys said excitedly, but we almost succeeded. Dany Rise believed us, and Aegon proclaimed himself king. Just because of a 1-in-a-million accident, we met the unreasonable Stannis. When he mentioned Erlu's name, his face was filled with malevolence and anger. Obviously, he hated Erlu to the core. She believed us. Tyrion smiled bitterly and shook his head. Aegon has already gone to heaven. What's the point of discussing this now? Let's continue to clean up the tunnel, Jaime said impatiently. With that, he raised his torch and walked forward. The other two silently followed behind him. In the first half of the tunnel we stuffed a thick towel in the sheep's mouth, blindfolded them and drove them forward. But in the second half, especially the last part near the cellar of the Red Keep, we have to avoid triggering any traps. Jamie explained to his brother as they walked. Can't we continue to use the sheep to scout the way? Tyrion asked absent-mindedly. Varys shook his head and said, stepping on a trap makes too much noise. Another reason is that some traps can cause cave-ins. If the entire cave collapsed, not only would the path be blocked, but how big would the commotion be? Almost half of the castle would have felt the tremors. So that's how it is. Tyrion suddenly understood. How do you check for traps now? We use a blower to blow the dust. They kept walking forward. In just a few hundred meters, they avoided more than 20 traps, all of which were set up by Varys. Finally, when they came to the edge of the upper cellar, their eyes lit up. There were 2 whale oil torches on both sides of the stone wall. The windmill whined as it turned. The air was filled with dust, and their field of vision was yellow. They could only vaguely see the figures of 2 children. When they got closer, the dwarf discovered that there were 3 children. One of them was slightly older, about 12 years old. He was carrying a hand-cranked blower that he took from the stove in the blacksmith shop. The blower was connected to a yellow bamboo pole that was as thick as a wrist. The hollow bamboo pole was held in the hands of another little boy, sweeping back and forth on the ground in front of them. Air spurted out from the bamboo pole, blowing up the dirt and dust on the ground. The last boy crawled on the ground, his dark eyes gleaming sharply in the yellow light of the fire. Like a hawk searching for its prey, he was looking for every trace of digging on the ground. Almost all the trigger mechanisms of the traps are buried underground but not too deep. They rely on a person's weight to activate them. If they are too deep, it will affect their sensitivity. Therefore, by blowing away the dust on the surface of the dirt road, we can at least distinguish the traces of digging, Varys explained. What's the detection rate? Tyrion asked. 7 little birds have already died. Traps like traps and animal traps have a thick layer of soil, so it's very difficult to detect. Fortunately, we are only worried about the collapse of the soil caused by the explosion. Those kinds of traps are triggered by wire ropes and are buried very shallow. Varys' eyes were sad, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked very much like a Buddha in a temple. You're really ruthless. A cold light flashed in Tyrion's eyes. He said sarcastically, you deserve retribution. When you were young you lost your penis. When you were middle-aged you broke your leg. When you die, you will fall into the 7 levels of hell. No, I will go to heaven. Varys laughed and pulled out a small pouch embroidered with a 7-pointed star from his chest. The merciful and compassionate Virgin Mary saves all living beings from suffering. I am also one of the living beings and a devout believer. When the world is peaceful, I plan to join the monastery. Then, he pointed at the little birds in front of him who were clearing the mines. I'm not cruel. They all have atonement scrolls. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? Instead of suffering in this cold, dark, and hungry world, it's better to go to heaven and enjoy the sunshine and fruits. This idea is not bad. Work hard. Who knows, when you go to heaven, you might even be warmly received by the Virgin Mary. The dwarf smiled strangely and nodded in agreement. If the Virgin Mary doesn't send you to hell, I'll change my surname to yours. At this time, Jamie also found a blower and threw a pair of windproof glasses and a scarf to the dwarf. He said, put them on and quickly come over to help. The Virgin Mary is merciful. Didn't you hear what the damn eunuch said? 7 of them died. I don't want to die. Tyrion shook his head and retreated. Before we came, I already said that I need your help because you have the Varys steel armor. If you don't check for traps, are you going to tell us jokes with your eloquence? Or are you going to use your fingers to perform blasphemy? Jamie sneered in annoyance. Can't you send in a few more little birds? Tyrion shouted. Kiki? Varys laughed like a hen that had just laid eggs. You just said that I'm cruel and that I'm going to hell. The 3 little birds who were working in front turned their heads and stared at the dwarf with emotionless eyes. Tyrion smiled awkwardly at them and said, Uncle has 3 chirps that can perform a fight. Do you guys want to watch? As he said that, He walked forward and came to the edge of the safe path. He squatted down and smiled at Jamie. My sister is right. Technology and magic are the primary productive forces. What? Jamie was at a loss. He was shocked to see the dwarf's right middle finger and index finger were like melted candles. They elongated, changed shape and turned red. Plop. They fell to the ground and turned into two red earthworms that were 30 centimeters long and as thick as a little finger. Hiss hiss. The earthworms raised their heads. A mouthful of tiny sharp teeth appeared on their small heads. Ah! When had the three little birds ever seen such a horrifying scene? They threw down the work in their hands and ran away while howling. Caw! Suddenly, a sound that sounded like a sugar cane breaking came from the front, followed by the painful howls of the youth. The three little birds were frightened. Two of them ran backwards while the other one ran forward in a panic. In the end, he stepped on a minefield and was clamped on his calf by a bear trap that was as big as a basin. The bear trap was too strong. The sharp teeth that flashed with blue light were too sharp. The child was malnourished and his calf was as weak as a stick. Bang! The area below the knee was bitten off. Only a thin layer of blood and skin was left. The dwarf was at a loss. Jamie sadly turned his head away. The fat eunuch reacted quickly. He coldly glared at the dwarf and quickly took off the short crossbow at his waist. He pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow into the eye of the youth with the broken leg. The ear-piercing wails that reverberated in the empty stone path stopped abruptly. What are you doing? The dwarf came back to his senses. He turned his head and angrily looked at Varys. His cries are too loud. It might attract the attention of the guards above. The fat eunuch put away the crossbow and gave a look to the other two little birds. The two youths endured their grief and walked forward to carry the corpse of their dead companion. When they passed by Tyrion, their eyes became filled with resentment but also fear. They fearfully avoided the two red snakes lying on the ground. Tyrion did not care about the youth's resentment. He only coldly looked at the eunuch and said, "Just go up and cover his mouth. Is there a need to kill him? His leg is broken. Instead of living in torment, why not go to heaven and enjoy life?" Varys sighed. Your leg is also lame and you've lost your penis. Why don't you go to heaven and enjoy life? Tyrion coldly said, I can't raise a disabled person. Previously, I was able to maintain the huge little bird all because of the King and Illyrio's sponsorship. Now that I have no income, the price of living materials increases by the day. Little bird that can't work will only be a burden to others. Varys bitterly said, Sigh, it's also your fault. You suddenly made two strange snakes. Even I was scared. How can little bird not be scared? Jamie looked at the dwarf who was missing two fingers. I plan to use witchcraft to investigate the trap so that you guys would commit fewer sins. Who would have thought that I would commit more sins first? Tyrion said with a pained expression. You should have told us in advance. Varys sighed. Following that, there was a long silence between the three of them. Only the whale oil torches were burning. However, because Little Bird had stopped and left, the smoke and dust that filled the cave drifted to the ground. A layer of dust fell on their hair and clothes, but the air became clear. Varys lightly coughed and broke the silence. He pointed at the dragon worms lying on the ground and unconsciously writhing and asked, These two little snakes were transformed from your fingers? How do you detect traps? Do you know about dragon worms? Tyrion's thoughts moved and the two slender dragon worms wriggled forward. He followed them to the trap and then began to burrow into the ground. Chapter 885. Half a day later, Tyrion used a long bamboo pole to point at the ground in front of him and said to Jamie, Right here, a finger deep. There's a wire buried all the way to the wall. It might detonate a device on the ceiling, probably something like a wildfire jar. Jamie walked to the spot the dwarf pointed out, squatted down, and used a small shovel to gently scrape the surface of the soil. He then removed the loose soil on the surface and found a taut 3-strand hemp rope. At the bottom of the rope, Jamie also dug out a small trench that was as deep as a palm. If someone stepped on it, they would definitely leave a deep footprint and trigger a mechanism. I need to rest for a while. I'm so tired. Tyrion waved his hand and found a rock by the side of the tunnel to sit down. Jaime stared blankly as the two earthworms crawled out of the ground and crawled to Tyrion's side. They crawled onto his fingers and squeezed out the missing index and middle fingers as if they were plasticine. "This kind of witchcraft looks so evil," he said. "There's no such thing as evil witchcraft, only evil wizards." "How many of these worms are in your body?" Jaime asked curiously. "Not even one." Tyrion shook his head. "Those are not real dragon worms, but my fingers transformed into dragon worms." After understanding the meaning of dragon worms, Jaime unconsciously looked down and finally stared at the dwarf's crotch and asked, "Can other parts of your body become dragon worms?" "You've seen it before. It's big enough. There's no need to transform into dragon worms." Tyrion also lowered his head and looked at his crotch. Which man would complain about his crotch being big? Otherwise, why did you transform your index and middle fingers? Wasn't it to assist your second brother? Jaime sneered. "So with only Cersei as your woman, your life is really lacking a lot of fun. You haven't even experienced group sports." "Fun?" Jaime was dismissive. "If group sports can make you feel fun and not guilty, it only proves that you're pathetic. Envy is envy. Don't say that the grapes are sour just because you can't eat them," the dwarf said with a smile. "When you truly love a woman, you can only experience bliss that transcends the physical body when you are in union with her. When you truly love a woman, you won't feel happiness even if your penis enters another woman's body. You will only feel shame and regret," Jaime said calmly. The dwarf's expression changed. He looked at his brother gloomily and said, "Are you forgetful? Wasn't my true love ruined by you?" Jaime smiled bitterly and fell silent. Regardless of whether Tessa was her brother's true love, he did participate in Tessa's demise. He helped Tywin lie to his brother, saying that she was a prostitute who had a sugar daddy. After a while, Jaime asked doubtfully, "Is the dragon worm transformation spell only used to toy with you?" Hearing this, the dwarf pulled out the dagger at his waist. Under Jaime's shocked gaze, he cut the middle finger and index finger of his right hand in half as if he was peeling a carrot. Plop! Fresh blood splattered, and the severed fingers fell to the ground. "Are you crazy?" Jaime shouted in horror. The dwarf gave him a strange smile. The two severed fingers wriggled again and elongated into two dragon worms. Even the blood nearby merged into the dragon worms' bodies. Other than losing two fingers, the dwarf's right hand did not have any injuries. Then, just like how he retrieved the dragon worms previously, the dragon worms crawled onto his palm and turned back into two fingers. Jaime was dumbfounded. "When all my muscles, bones and organs turn into dragon worms, the weapons of the mortal world will no longer be able to harm me," the dwarf said proudly. "Your entire body will turn into dragon worms?" An image immediately flashed in Jaime's mind. The upper half of the little devil's body was human, and the lower half of his body was covered in a dense bundle of wriggling, slippery dragon worms. Then a group of women lay side by side, and the dwarf raised his head and laughed loudly. He shuddered and cried out, "It's too scary, this is sorcery." Tyrion said indignantly, "If you ask me, the sword techniques you've been practicing since you were young are even more evil than my witchcraft. This is because sword techniques can only kill people. My witchcraft is mainly used to improve bloodlines, increase magic power, and immunity to damage. The number of people who have died under my sword far exceeds all the witchcraft in the world combined. It can't even compare to forbidden spells. Why don't you say that sword techniques are evil magic?" Jaime said hesitantly, "You can't say it like that. Sword techniques are upright, while your witchcraft is sinister and evil. Have you forgotten that a little kid was scared to death just now?" The dwarf was stupefied. "If you say it like that, then we can't continue this discussion. Anyway, the benefits of dragon worm transformation will not change because of your thoughts. For example, I will never be like you and become crippled." Jaime's expression turned ugly, but after a moment he had a thought. He asked hesitantly, "If I learn your dragon worm transformation witchcraft, can I grow a right hand?" "You can." Jaime's face showed joy, but the dwarf shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, you don't have the high bloodline of Valeglia. You can't learn my witchcraft." At this time, a light suddenly shone from the cave behind them. The fat eunuch shouted at the top of his voice. Amazing! Amazing! Stannis has broken the city gate. The King's Landing has fallen? That's too fast. Jaime was shocked. Tyrion hung the lantern on the wall and handed the food box in his other hand to Tyrion. He sighed and said, "This is the first time I've seen the Megalosaurus. I never thought that the Megalosaurus would be so powerful. You guys didn't see it, but the Megalosaurus attack was too convenient. First, a group of pterosaurs used kerosene bombs to clean up the crossbows around the city gate and set the entire city wall on fire. Then Stannis rode on the two-headed dragon and spat out dragon flames. The city gate only lasted for a minute before it collapsed. After that, the 20,000 Valley Army, 1,000 Northern Cavalry, and 3,000 mercenaries, a total of 24,000 people, rushed into the steel gate. Like a flood, they rushed into the streets and alleys, chasing and killing the King Descend's guards, robbing the people of King Descend's, raping the women, setting fire to the houses, and committing all kinds of crimes. What about the sea monsters? Tyrion quickly asked. The sea monsters didn't appear. Stannis attacked from the Megalosaurus gate in the north. It's 7 or 8 kilometers away from the sea. Varys shook his head. Luwin is the priest of the god of storm. Doesn't he have a trump card? Tyrion asked again. The city was in chaos. I didn't see Luwin. But I heard from the monks that St. Matthew used, first appearance of holy light, to break Luwin's sorcery, Varys said. It only destroyed his sorcerer's magic power. But Luwin is not only a sorcerer, but also the son of the god of storm. Tyrion shook his head and said doubtfully, since he dared to defend the King's Landing, he must have a way to deal with the two-headed dragon. Strange. Jaime asked anxiously, did Stannis attack the Red Keep? Only those who are not interested in the Iron Throne would want to destroy the Red Keep. Why do you think Stannis attacked the King's Landing? Varys sneered. Jaime said anxiously, how many more days can Luwin last? We need at least one more day to completely open up the tunnel. If Stannis is one step ahead of us, don't worry. I told you, Stannis won't hurt Cersei, Tyrion comforted. You dare to believe Stannis? The fat eunuch was surprised. It's written in black and white. The Dragon Queen is a witness. Tyrion said. Varys did not say anything. I'm afraid Luwin won't let her go, Jaime said worriedly. There's no point in worrying. Eat your lunch and continue to check for traps. I'll help you ask around about the King's Landing, Varys said. The two brothers looked at each other and sat down on 2 rocks helplessly. Opening the lunchbox, the dwarf was neither surprised nor disappointed. The main dish was white bread and barley turnip soup. The side dish was 2 pieces of fried cod and a plate of green shredded kelp. Tyrion threw half of the shredded kelp into the bowl of soup and asked casually, Stannis allowed his soldiers to rape and pillage? The soldiers have been stuck outside the city for months. Varys shook his head. The church didn't do anything? Jaime followed his brother's example and poured the rest of the shredded kelp into the bowl of soup and dipped the bread in the soup. Behind the Megalosaurus gate is the Renais Hills. It's a few kilometers away from the Visania Hills where the church is located, Varys said. The dwarf's eyes flashed as he looked at the fat eunuch and said, You spent so much to open up the tunnel. Is it also for my sister? What are you trying to say? Varys narrowed his eyes. It depends on what you want to do, the dwarf laughed. Varys laughed too. Tell me, what can I do? The dwarf chuckled and said, Do you know how your nephew failed? The smile on Varys' face disappeared and he said calmly, Because you underestimated the red-robed woman. She can accurately predict her own ominous signs within a day. Your plan was very precise, but she had already predicted it. The 8-clawed spider lives up to its name, Tyrion praised. When Varys heard this, he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Slap slap. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard. His fat face instantly turned red. The 8-clawed spider deserves to meet a deviant. He cursed with a pained expression. I have studied Melisandre for almost 10 years. He stretched out his hands and spread his fingers, waving them back and forth in front of the dwarf. 10 years. When she first set foot on Dragonstone Island, I knew of her existence and gave her the most attention. Because she is the type of person I am most afraid of and hate the most, the red-robed sorcerer. He said the last sentence angrily. Could it be that the red-robed monk cut off your penis? Tyrion asked in surprise. Varys nodded painfully. I was only 10 years old then. A red-robed monk gave me a bowl of medicine. I couldn't move or speak, but my senses were clearer than usual. He expressionlessly cut off my penis and threw it into the fire. I saw shadows and strange scenes in the fire. Then he laughed maniacally and said that the Wheel of Fate had been activated. What fate? Tyrion asked in surprise. I want to know too. Varys was silent for a moment before continuing. I paid attention to Melisandre and planted a little bird on Dragonstone Island. I knew a long time ago that she used prophecy magic to avoid Scholar Rickson's poisoned wine. He hit his forehead hard and howled like a she-wolf that had lost its cub. I was so stupid, really. I only knew that Melisandre might have used prophecy magic that time. I didn't know that she could make a prophecy every day. You can't be blamed. After all, you are just a muggle and don't know anything about supernatural knowledge. Tyrion consoled him. Varys became even sadder after hearing this. I was so stupid, really. I only knew fear and hate magic. I didn't know that the more afraid I was, the more I should understand and master it. You can't be blamed. After all, rejecting magic is a tradition of Westeros. Tyrion said. Varys left, crestfallen. He was responsible for monitoring the situation in the city, while the two brothers continued to check for traps. However, the fat eunuch only left for half an hour before he ran back, panting. His face was twisted as he said in horror, "The Lannister of Casterly Rock City has been exterminated." Chapter 886. The Lannister of Casterly Rock is all dead. Tywin's Lannister branch is all dead. The fat eunuch held up a letter and cried out in fear. Clang, the copper kettle slipped from Jaime's hand and hit the ground. The water from the kettle flowed out and soaked the soil. How is that possible? What did you say? Tyrion asked, confused. Your entire family is dead. Varys swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, Fuck, you're the one whose whole family was eaten by deviants. Tyrion cursed and rushed forward to snatch the letter. Jaime also moved his head closer. With just one glance, the two of them frowned. There were many words on the letter, but they were all numbers. The two brothers were dazzled. What is this? Jaime asked anxiously. It should be some kind of password, using numbers as the encryption method. Tyrion looked at the fat eunuch in surprise. You learned this from the Dragon Queen? I invented the method of using numbers to encrypt messages decades ago. Now that you mention it, I suspect that she learned it from me. Varys muttered and looked at the two Lannister worriedly. He said softly, the letter was sent from Casterly Rock. I have little birds there too. Your family, hundreds of people died. Almost all the direct descendants and those close to the direct descendants are dead. At the peak of the eight-clawed spider, he even had spies in Queers, Horse King City, and Slave Bay. It was normal for one or two little birds to appear in the families of the Seven Dukes. The number one spymaster of the Song of Ice and Fire was Varys. You're kidding. Tyrion's heart tightened when he saw the eunuch's serious and pitiful eyes. He tried to crack a smile that was uglier than crying. I contacted Uncle Damien a few days ago. I told him not to worry about the Dragon Queen and Stannis anymore. He smiled and said that he believed that I didn't kill Uncle Kevin. He also said that Aunt Xena and her family will return to Casterly Rock from Riverrun in 2 days. Jaime said bitterly, who can take down Casterly Rock? Deviants? That shouldn't be. Deviants can't take down Casterly Rock in an instant. If the Deviant ghosts attack, Wizard Grom in Casterly Rock City can instantly contact the Dragon Queen of Dragonstone Island through the glass candle. And then the Dawn Warrior stationed in Hellenberg will immediately rush to support. It's not deviants, it's food poisoning, Varys said. What? You're kidding, right? The two brothers' eyes almost popped out. Your Aunt Xena is the wife of Count Edmund Frye of Riverrun, right? Varys asked. Don't talk about these useless things. Let's talk about Casterly Rock first. Tyrion said irritably. Varys spread out his hands and said helplessly, I'm done. Including the fire wizard Grom. 874 people died in Casterly Rock. It's that simple. They were all poisoned to death at the banquet. Even the scholars died. We haven't confirmed what the poison was. My spies aren't sure if it was an accident or if it was Lannister's enemies who poisoned them. We should have more news in a few days. Damn it. Jaime's eyes were sore. He punched the stone wall and choked. It's all my fault. I should have returned to Casterly Rock immediately after the Battle of Winterfell. Tyrion turned his head away and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He said hoarsely, "Thank goodness you didn't go back. At least we're alive. Cersei is alive. Myrcella is still at Slaver's Bay." The two brothers lowered their heads and grieved for a while. Tyrion wiped the tears from his face and asked the eunuch, "What did you want to say?" Varys hesitated for a moment and said in a roundabout way, "Do you know that there are dead people outside Riverrun?" Tyrion rubbed his red eyes and shook his head. "I only know that there are deviants in Riverrun." Although Jaime had been digging in the tunnels, he had been getting information from Varys. He was not slow on the uptake. He said, "Dragon Queen's judgment that day was correct. The deviant Ghost King activated his second life and disappeared. However, the deviant's southward movement did not stop. They just changed from a large-scale attack to a small-scale infiltration by a single deviant ghost. In the north and Riverrun, many tombs have been robbed. The dead are crawling out from the ground to strengthen the deviant ghost army. When there are too many of them, they will inevitably reveal themselves. Many castles and villages in Riverrun have been alerted to the presence of the deviants. In the past month, Riverrun has been alerted to the deviant ghost at least 3 times. However, Dragon Queen ignored them and the Dawn Warriors did not move. Varys said with a strange expression, "I didn't know about this. Is it because the deviants are too small?" Tyrion asked. Varys said, "Riverrun is the capital of Riverrun. The Ghost Resistance Committee, or more accurately, the Dragon Queen, did not send any alchemists to Riverrun, the fire wizards of the King's Landing Alchemist Guild. She also did not send any atonement scrolls or dragon crystal weapons to Riverrun. If the deviant ghost army attacked Riverrun, it would fall in half an hour like Hearthstone in the north. That's why your aunt and her family had to leave. Most of the Lion army fell in King's Landing. Casterly Rock is unprecedentedly empty. They also welcome any military force that comes to join them. Not to mention, Lady Xena is a direct descendant of Lannister. Why is the Dragon Queen targeting my aunt?" Tyrion was confused. "It has nothing to do with Xena's aunt. It's Wade Freyr." Jaime smiled bitterly. Varys looked at him and nodded. "The Dragon Queen has mentioned many times that after the Battle of Meereen, she will return to the Westeros and hold a meeting to sort out the rotten things that have happened in the Westeros for the past 20 years. "I know," Tyrion said immediately. Even Jaime knew what the Dragon Queen was thinking. Now that the deviant ghosts are heading south, it's almost impossible to gather the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. That's why some things can only be discussed online through candles and letters. At that time you were still at Slaver's Bay. The whole process lasted less than a week before it ended early because Wade Freyr didn't cooperate," Varys said. "Don't beat around the bush. If you want to say something, just say it directly," the dwarf said impatiently. "This is my way of expressing myself. Do you want to hear it?" "If you don't, I'll leave," Varys said calmly. Jaime seemed to understand something. "Continue." Varys said slowly, "The Kingslayer has become a Grey Guard. Lannister, at least Jaime and Targaryen's grudge is settled." After that, the Dragon Queen focused her attention on the red and purple weddings. The purple wedding had already been decided. Joffrey died in the scheme of Old Rose and Littlefinger, and Tyrell was destroyed by Yuluen. The Queen only officially announced that Tyrell and Littlefinger were stripped of their titles. Since everyone was dead, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms had no objections. The Red Wedding was originally very simple. Everyone knew what happened in Clonic River City. The problem was the result of the trial of the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen meant that Old Wade had to admit that he violated the rights of the guests and betrayed his lord. He had to publicly apologize to Winterfell in front of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Every noble would have to send a messenger crow. Secondly, those who participated in the Red Wedding including Old Wade himself, would have to commit suicide to atone for their sins. Thirdly, the Frere family would be stripped of their title as Duke of Fujian. Clonic River City would still belong to the Frere family, but the Frere family would be demoted from Marquis to titular knight. The land around Clonic River City would belong to the Iron Throne, and the Iron Throne would take out a sum of money to compensate the families of those who died in the Red Wedding. Of course, there was still the Holy Wedding before the Red Wedding. Stark would also be punished. Robb's violation of the Holy Marriage Contract was no less than Old Wade's. First, Robb and Wade Frere would have to commit suicide to atone for their sins. At the same time, the current Duke of the Northern Territory would have to publicly apologize to Clonic River City's Frere in front of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Secondly, Winterfell would have to fulfill a wish of Miss Frere, who had her engagement broken off. In this way, the Frere family and the House of Stark's grievances would be settled. Tyrion's mouth twitched. That's fair, but to Wade Frere, I'm afraid it would be difficult to accept. Jaime sighed. Old Wade should accept that the most valuable thing in Clonic River City wasn't the land or the title, but the city itself, which was the only bridge to the Green Fork River. The Frere family was the victim of Robb's violation of the Holy Marriage Contract. This was the truth. The Dragon Queen had already considered this point, so she left the Frere family a foundation to rise. Varys sneered. Wade Frere didn't want to die, and he didn't feel that he should give up the title of Duke of Fujian. He said that the title was conferred by the Iron Throne, and that the Dragon Queen had no right to revoke his title and land. Old Wade didn't know the result of the Battle of Meereen? He dared to reject the Dragon Queen. He really had guts, Tyrion said curiously. Jaime shook his head and said, the trial on the glass candle was just an experiment. After the Dawn Knights were established, the use of the glass candle was demonstrated to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to strengthen their confidence in fighting against the Ghost Committee. Wade Frere knew this, and he was sure that the Dragon Queen didn't really care about his reaction. Moreover, he already knew the Dragon Queen's bottom line. When the long night passed and the Dragon Queen came to settle the score, he would have died many years ago, and Frere wouldn't receive any heavier punishment. In this way, he would have profited greatly. Varys sighed. In fact, the Dragon Queen didn't arrange for the Megalosaurus to burn the city. She just completely gave up on Rapidflow City. The Atonement Scrolls, the Magic Network, the Dragon Crystal weapons, and the Dawn Knights rescue were all gone. What does this have to do with the mass poisoning in Casterly Rock City? Tyrion asked hesitantly. Although he was asking the eunuch, his expression became serious. Like Jaime, he had a vague guess in his heart. The only reason so many people were poisoned, including the scholars and the wizards in charge of the glass candles, was because Casterly Rock was hosting a banquet to welcome the Freys from Riverrun. P.S. The Freys. The Dragon Queen refused to help Rapidflow City, and the news from Winterfell was too frightening. Now that a small group of ghouls appeared outside Rapidflow City, the people in the castle couldn't sit still and fled to Casterly Rock City, which was building the third line of defense. Rapidflow City also brought 5,000 Fujian soldiers, and a large amount of emergency food to Casterly Rock City. How could they not celebrate? Then that old bastard Wade Frere led Frere's enemies to Casterly Rock City? Tyrion's eyes were red, and he was about to cry again. Varys's eyes flashed. Perhaps it's not a disaster. You Lannister have done a lot of evil, don't you know it? Have you guessed who the murderer is? Tyrion's eyes were cold. Varys waved his hand as if he was chasing away something terrifying. The discussion ends here. I'm just a messenger, and I don't want to get involved in your feud. More than 800 people were killed just like that. A true killer, I'm scared. Chapter 887. Dragonstone Island received the news of the tragedy in Casterly Rock City half a day later than Varys. After the incident, Little Bird immediately sent a letter to the spymaster. Casterly Rock City lost its backbone, and after another half a day of trouble, they invited Sir West from Lannister Harbor, Tywin's distant cousin, the captain of the Lannister navy that was being rebuilt. Well, like the Dragon Queen, the Lion Navy began to fish offshore. The first thing Sir West did was to write a letter to Dragonstone Island, not to the Dragon Queen, but to the imp. Now Casterly Rock City had fallen to the point where even the illegitimate child of the imp was more noble than everyone else. The direct descendants and the slightly closer branches were all poisoned to death. Although it was half a day late, the content of the letter was more comprehensive than the one little bird sent to Varys. It was a poison that the maesters had never seen before, and it was in the summer red wine that Waldfred brought from Riverrun. The onset time was half an hour after drinking. There was no warning before the onset, and there was no cure after the onset. In an instant the eyeballs were filled with blood, and they died of madness. Casterly Rock City not only lost 874 people, but also 200 or 300 guards died from the frenzied attacks of the poisoned patients. At that time, the main hall of Casterly Rock City was like a purgatory on earth. The Lannister who drank with red eyes and dark red blood vessels appeared on the surface of their bodies, attacked and tore at each other with swords, forks, chairs, wine bottles, and even teeth and nails, and then attacked and tore at the guards and servants who came to pull them. It should be mixed with snake lizard poison. Warm-blooded creatures will go crazy and lose their minds after being poisoned. Rats infected with snake lizard poison will even bite lions, Dr. Marwyn said from the bull's neck. Scholar Pylus said, in Dr. Wargrave's works, there are many mentions of the faceless poisoning methods. The spices added with the blood of the stone lizard are particularly impressive. When those spices are smeared on meat and roasted, it will emit an extremely tempting fragrance that no one can resist. Well, because of the otherworldly great writer, the whole world knew the methods of the faceless. They were all real, and the faceless really liked to use poison. The first target that Arya killed was poison. She smeared the poison on a silver coin and put the coin in the hands of the moneylender, who liked to bite the money with his mouth. In the kindly man's room, Arya learned how to make hundreds of poisons. Seems that it really is faceless. Didn't the letter say so? The old crab waved the letter in his hand. Old Wade attended the banquet and immediately invited everyone to toast Casterly Rock. Everyone at the banquet raised their glasses and gave a toast, and they all drank the wine in their glasses. However, when he collected the corpses, only Old Wade was nowhere to be seen. When we checked the kitchen afterwards, we found what we suspected to be Wade Frey's bones in the pot of meat soup. Holy Mother of Mercy, those who attended the banquet all drank Wade's soup. The black girl Larissa, who was standing on the first stone step below the throne, said in horror, "He's so ruthless." Everyone gasped. King's Landing has brown soup every day. What's the big deal? The old crab shook his head disapprovingly. That's not the point. The point is that Old Wade is clearly dead, but he appeared at the banquet and invited everyone to toast. This is faceless. Yes, it was most likely done by faceless. Marvin and the others nodded in agreement. Does Casterly Rock not have faceless hounds? Bronn asked curiously. That might not be the case. Not everyone is wary of faceless. Some nobles haven't dealt with faceless for hundreds of years. Marvin hesitated. Then he said, the point is, who hired faceless? How much gold royal should be paid for killing so many people? Bronn stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, I heard that Winterfell recently made a fortune by selling grain. Not only did they write off the loan from the Iron Treasury, but they also made millions of gold royals. Stark has the ability to hire faceless, and only they have such a deep grudge against Wade Frey. In fact, there was no need for them to speculate. When Dany received the news of the massacre in Casterly Rock, she had already guessed the identity of the culprit, his methods, and his motive. Who else could it be other than Arya? However, even Dany found it hard to calm down at this moment. Too ruthless. While marveling at Arya's ruthlessness, Dany couldn't help but envy her. She envied Arya's freedom. She could do whatever she wanted as long as her thoughts were clear. She was now the queen, the empress, the seven gods, and the savior of the world. Her many identities emphasized one persona. A kind, just, and kind person. Without a doubt, this was political correctness but also a great restraint. When Wade Frey had refused to follow her instructions and commit suicide to atone for his sins, Dany had also wanted to ride her dragon and fly to Riverrun City, bathe the city in her dragon flames, and then stand on top of the city walls, with the smoke rising into the sky and the wailing of the undead as the background. She would throw her head back and laugh maniacally. Fine, even if she were to indulge herself, this style was still too much for Danny. Your Majesty? Old Crab called softly. What's the matter? Danny was awakened from her thoughts. What should we do about Casterly Rock? Old Crab asked. What does it have to do with us? This is Lannister's family matter, and the letter was written to Tyrion. Let him handle it. Danny said casually. Tyrion is not on Dragonstone Island. Where did he go? Taz Island or Sun Halberd City? Danny asked. Prince Zeon received a letter from the church. He went to the cathedral 2 nights ago to pick up Duke Tywin's coffin. He hasn't returned yet. Scholar Pylus said. King's Landing is at war. Could he be trapped in King's Landing? Bronn asked curiously. Old Crab shook his head. Our people have been monitoring the situation at King's Landing. There are only street battles in the city, and no dragon battles. Tyrion is riding a pterosaur. No matter which side attacks him, he won't stay still. At this point, the old Earl couldn't help but look worried. He looked at the Queen and asked, Your Majesty, the battle at King's Landing is more tragic than expected. It's not a battle between high-level supernatural forces like we thought, but a battle between ordinary soldiers. The fall of King's Landing's gates was just the beginning. Yuluen deliberately gave up on the city walls with fixed targets for kerosene bombs, and distributed his forces in the streets. The Iron Throne's army and Stannis men are fighting over every street, every alley, and every building. The soldiers are in a mess, and there are also civilians mixed in. The two-headed demon dragon and pterosaur can't interfere. In terms of total forces, Stannis is inferior to Yuluen. I'm afraid this battle won't be over for a few days. I know the situation at King's Landing, Danny said calmly. What I mean is, do you want to interfere? If we lose too many soldiers, what will happen to King's Landing when the other ghosts arrive? Old Crab asked worriedly. Who do you want me to help? Danny asked. No one. King's Landing belongs to you. Old Crab said excitedly. Danny face-bombed and said helplessly, I thought you pitted the people of King's Landing in the chaos of war, but it seems that you don't think they're suffering enough. It's better to get it over with, enough? Danny raised her hand to stop him and said seriously, I'll say it again. The biggest enemy in the Long Night is the Frost God. If we can't deal with the Frost God, the 100 cities of King's Landing are no different from sand castles on the beach. The waves will come and take everything away. The Frost God is a true god. Even Lala was beaten like a dog by him, and I'm just a mortal. It's already very difficult for a mortal to deal with a true god. I can't waste my energy and time on a useless iron chair. To be more direct, unless the Frost God descends, I won't leave Dragonstone Island. No matter what happens in the 7 kingdoms, no matter which city the other ghosts invade, don't disturb me. That's the business of the Dawn Warriors and the Ghost Resistance Committee. Mortal matters are mortal matters. I'm only responsible for the Frost God. If the nobles of the 7 kingdoms ask, tell them the same. Do you understand? Understood. That night, Dragon Queen slapped herself in the face and left Dragonstone Island in a hurry. Because Casterly Rock City had fallen. Helen Castle was another proof that the Song of Ice and Fire world had a bug-level architecture. It was made up of 5 huge towers that were more than 100 meters tall. The towers were connected by suspended stone bridges. Standing at the top of the towers and looking at the catapults outside the city, they were about the size of insects. The castle was 3 times the size of Winterfell. The Divine Forest alone was 20 acres. Helen Castle's kitchen was as big as Winterfell's main hall. The main hall of Helen Castle was called the 100 Furnace Hall, which meant that there were 100 fireplaces in the hall. Of course, the 100 Furnace Hall was bragging. The real number of fireplaces was only 1/3 of the total 35. Just 35 fireplaces was enough to imagine how grand the hall of Helen Castle was. In fact, the biggest castle in the 7 kingdoms was Helen Castle. Helen Castle was not only big, but its walls were also thick and tall. Its gate was the same size as Stark's main castle. Standing outside the gate and looking up at the inner city, one could only see the top of the 5 towers. The walls were too tall and blocked the view of the observers. Because of this, even though Helen Castle was badly damaged, It was still chosen by Dragon Queen to be the garrison of the Dawn Warriors after the Battle of Winterfell. The city was sturdy, and it was the closest and most convenient way to reinforce Hudjan. We should immediately reinforce Casterly Rock City. Helen Castle's acting castellan, Sir Beaufort Hayes, said. Shadowbinder Tam shook his head and said, I've already sent a message to Dragon Queen. She's on the way and asked us to stay put. Later, she'll bring us to Casterly Rock. Yes, not only did the Dragon Queen leave hundreds of sets of tile steel armor here, even the leader of the Royal Mage Corps was stationed here. Why don't we leave first and let the Queen come later? Sir Beaufort said. Helen Castle received a messenger crow from Casterly Rock City. Sir, do you understand what this means? White Knight Garth said with a gloomy face. It means that Casterly Rock City is in danger and urgently needs our help, Sir Beaufort said anxiously. No, it means that it doesn't matter if we go or not. Garth sighed and shook his head. It's more than 1,000 kilometers from Casterly Rock City to Helen Castle. When we received the messenger crow, it had already been 2 days since the attack. More importantly, this time it wasn't just a normal attack. There was a mass poisoning in Casterly Rock City, and the death toll was more than 1,000 people. In an instant they all turned into ghouls and exploded from the inside. The Queen is here. Tam suddenly pointed at the dim light and shouted. So fast? It hasn't even been an hour, under everyone's stunned gaze. A red light suddenly appeared and expanded into a light red mirror with a diameter of 40 meters. Whoosh! A black shadow came out of the mirror. Hiss! The black dragon roared, its wings flapping at high speed, stirring up the dark clouds in the sky. Beaufort and the knights on the city gate screamed in horror. It was the Dragon Queen who jumped and fell towards them at high speed. It's over. The Dragon Queen fell off the Megalosaurus. Someone howled. But after a while they suddenly realized a problem. The Dragon Queen's speed of descent was not increasing but slowing down. It wasn't an illusion. When she was 30 meters above the city wall, she was already like a willow leaf, floating and flying horizontally. 7 gods, this Dragon Queen can fly? Sir Beaufort said in disbelief. Ah, Layla! The Dragon Queen took off her helmet and looked around. Just as she was about to say something, Sir Beaufort lost his composure and screamed. Dany frowned and looked over. She saw the lanky old knight with tears in his eyes, full of reminiscence and love, looking at her. What's going on? Chapter 888. After Littlefinger became the Duke of Hellenberg, he didn't move to his fief. Instead, he went to the valley and became the young duke's stepfather. That was why the Iron Throne, Tywin, appointed the newly surrendered Sir Beaufort as the acting mayor of Hellenberg. After that, Dany didn't change Beaufort's position because he didn't belong to any faction. He was a very devout knight of the Holy See. Before Big Sparrow took over, the church didn't have any armed forces. Maegor abolished them. At that time, the noble knights couldn't even join the warrior sons like Randall Tarley. So, Beaufort formed a non-profit mercenary group of the church, the 100 Crusaders. It was made up of 100 devout noble knights. Before the War of the Four Kings, the 100-man Holy Legion had been roaming around the 7 kingdoms, escorting pious travelers between the holy churches, and eliminating bandits and robbers when they encountered them. Later, when Joffrey's identity as a bastard was exposed, the 100 Crusaders joined Erlu's side and participated in the Battle of Blackwater River with Erlu. After they were captured by Tywin, they came to Hellenberg to protect the people. They were a group of pitiful knights who were both devout and lost. Of course, that was before. Now the Holy Mother had descended, miracles were happening, and the Pope ruled the world. They were officially part of the Holy See. In terms of devoutness, there were only 87 people left in the 100 Crusaders, and all of them were priests. Wasn't that scary? Other than being the leader of the 100 Crusaders, Beaufort also had another powerful identity. He was Dany's mother, Layla's ex-boyfriend. Before Layla and Aerys got married, they both had their own lovers, Aerys with Joanna, and Layla with Beaufort. But Beaufort was only a productive knight, and Joanna was a branch of Lannister's family. They weren't good enough for the princess and the prince. Of course, the biggest obstacle was a prophecy from the ghost of Noble Heart. The savior would be born from Layla and Eris's offspring. Beaufort once wore the token that Princess Layla gave him to participate in the tournament. He killed everyone in the tournament. Like Big Bear, who later wore Lyneth's token, he defeated all his opponents and put the crown of love and beauty on Layla's head. Then the next year Layla married the Mad King. Feeling dejected, Bolivar turned to the embrace of the 7 gods and formed a 100-man holy war. Dany didn't know about these things. When she was preparing to make Hellenberg the Dawn Knight's base, she considered changing the Lord. Old Bar dissuaded her and told her a secret that everyone knew. Sir Beaufort is perfectly trustworthy. He would never betray you, said Barton in a very mixed tone. Now that Dany had seen the old knight herself, she was sick of him. If she had known he was like this, she would have sent him away, no matter how loyal he was. You know my mother, Sir Beaufort. The Dragon Queen's expression became serious, and an inexplicable majesty and pressure naturally emanated from her body. The tall and thin old knight was awakened from his beautiful dream. He bowed in embarrassment and apologized. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I was rude. Tites, S Kane's sister, aren't you going to rescue Casterly Rock? White Knight Garth broke the awkwardness and asked anxiously. The Western region has fallen. There's no point in being anxious. Pick 50 Dawn Knights and follow me to Casterly Rock to see if there are any survivors. I came down to warn you that the rest of the Dawn Knights should be on high alert and be ready to support Hugin Castle at any time. Dany sighed. Beaufort came back to his senses and asked in a trembling voice, What do you mean? Casterly Rock, Port Lannister and a few castles nearby. More than one. 5 million people in the Western region are all dead. The Western region is finished. Dany said with a gloomy face. How is that possible? Several people almost fell to the ground in fright. 'Tis the truth. Casterly Rock fell less than 2 hours after the messenger crow was sent. Another hour later, Port Lannister fell and more than 500,000 people died. Then, the ghouls scattered into many teams and raided all the castles and villages within 300 kilometers in the next 2 days. So far, more than 10 earls' castles have been breached and their families wiped out. The Western region is finished. Dany also flew out of Dragonstone Island on Blackie. After a cool breeze, she realized, Casterly Rock has fallen. Can't I just go to heaven and see if it's true? She was also stupid before. Now, even Waldfret's family was in heaven. If she wanted to know the secret, she could ask the person directly. Then, she used the portal to speed up and turned into the Virgin Mary to check the heaven in her mind. She didn't know if she didn't look, but when she did, she was shocked. The ordinary spirit was now crystal clear, exuding a huge and mysterious aura. Its volume had expanded by millions of times, like a golden planet. How to put it, a spirit had no volume to speak of. Dany thought it was big because it was measured by its energy. In the space of faith, the higher the power level and the stronger the energy, the larger the size of the spirit. This was also the reason why no believers ever doubted the authenticity of the Holy Mother, because when they met in the faith space, the Dragon Queen's size was countless times larger than the mortal believers, and the naked pressure of a superior energy level, no one would think that it was fake. Now the heaven of thought was 8 million times stronger than before, and Dany's entire soul could be divided into 10,000 spirits. This meant that the heaven of thought contained 800 times more soul power than Dany's body. The reason why it was so strong was that the quantitative change caused a qualitative change. The heaven of thought had nearly 2 million souls. There were about 150,000 in the northern region, the castles and villages that fell after the Battle of Winterfell, 300,000 in Hugin Valley, Royal Territory, River Bend, Dorne and King's Landing. Then, in 3 days, more than 1.5 million people from the western region suddenly appeared. Right, there were also more than 30,000 people from Urso and more than 200 people from Slave Bay. Obviously, not all of them died at the hands of the deviant ghosts. It was now a long night, cold and lacking in food. More than 20,000 people starved or froze to death every day. More than 1 million souls gave the thought paradise a sense of reality that belonged to a physical substance. Through the heaven of thought, Dany learned many things. For example, because she was unwilling to give out atonement scrolls to Rapidflow City, Old Wade and the others bought red light ordinary atonement scrolls from the nearby castles. For example, Old Wade was indeed killed by Arya. Before he died, he even ate the meat stew that Arya made from his youngest son. After he finished the meat stew, she took off the servant's mask and told Old Wade everything she was doing and what she would do in the future. You're a greedy old fool. If you agree with the Dragon Queen's judgment, when she announces that Stark and Fry are even in the name of the 7 gods, I won't dare to touch the Fry family. Arya leaned against Old Wade's wheelchair and laughed as she said in his ear, Do you know? Before the Battle of Winterfell, I was on my way to Rapidflow City. After the Battle of Winterfell, I was about to continue my unfinished revenge when the Dragon Queen meddled and made a judgment. Sigh, you don't know how depressed I was. That woman is too saintly. What kind of revenge is it if you don't kill your entire family? Of course, I'm grateful for her saintly treatment of Jon, Bran, Sansa, and Stark. After all, my father also destroyed her father's dynasty. Speaking of which, my family owes a debt to the Targaryens, because my Aunt Lyanna was a promiscuous slut. She wasn't abducted by Legor at all. Those 2 bastards eloped. Fortunately, the Saintess protected us and you rejected her judgment. Then I excitedly rode Nymeria, Arya's direwolf. Here. I can't give you a chance to regret. Mercy. Old Wade's eyes were full of pleading and regret. No mercy. She slit his neck. For example, from the temporary castellan of Casterly Rock City, West Lannister, Dany learned about the specific process of the fall of Casterly Rock City. The corpses piled up in the Hall of Heroes, Casterly Rock City's burial chamber, waiting for Tyrion to return and dispose of, suddenly came to life in the middle of the night. Taking advantage of the night and the memories of the living in their minds, the ghouls raided the city wall guard camp. Every time a person died in Casterly Rock City, the ghoul army gained a fierce general, cleaning up the Hall of Heroes from the bottom layer to the top layer. Without the help of the ghouls and deviants outside the city, Casterly Rock City fell into the hands of its own people. After receiving information about Casterly Rock City from the Paradise of Thought, Dany immediately contacted Bran in Winterfell and asked him to find the whereabouts of the ghoul army. She had to stop the millions of ghouls from leaving the western region and wreaking havoc elsewhere. Chapter 889. While the Dragon Queen was rushing to Casterly Rock, Tyrion had finally broken through the last tunnel under the Red Keep. Above us is the Black Dungeon and the cellar. There are 4 levels to the dungeon, and Balerian's skull is in the cellar, Tyrion said weakly as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. After learning about the massacre in Casterly Rock, he was anxious to return home and wished he could teleport to Casterly Rock. But Cersei was right in front of him, and he could not give up halfway. He had to work hard, overdrawing his mental strength and mana to order the dragonworms to scout the way. Compared to the estimated time, they were at least 7 or 8 hours earlier. Are you okay? Can you come with me? Jaime forced himself to stay alert despite his exhaustion. His condition was not much better than the dwarfs. Although he did not have to work through the night, what happened in Casterly Rock and the ongoing war with the King's Landing made him so anxious that he could not sleep. Don't worry, let's rest for 2 hours and recover our mental strength to deal with the upcoming battle. Tyrion grabbed Jaime's arm and forced him to sit on the ground. Varys! Tyrion shouted towards the entrance of the cave. The fat eunuch went ahead to scout the way. After a while, the sound of riding boots running on the stone floor came closer, and the fat eunuch's panting gradually became clearer. 7 levels of hell, Yuluen has gone mad. Varys's terrified yell reached him before he even came down the stairs. Yuluen are crazy. He filled the cellar with wildfire jars. Hundreds of tons. The eunuch exploded. Yuluen are going to bomb the Red Keep? Tyrion and Jaime suddenly stood up and shouted. The fat eunuch trembled as he said, I have always wondered why Stannis's army was not attacked by wildfire bombs. I even wondered if Yuluen were thinking about the big picture and left the wildfire bombs to deal with the other ghosts. It turns out that after the madman confirmed that he had no confidence in defending the King's Landing, he wanted to blow up the Red Castle and perish together with Stannis. At the end of his speech, the fear on his face disappeared. His tone became slower, and a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. As long as Stannis entered the Red Keep and ignited the wildfire bomb, even the King of Light would not be able to save him. It seemed worth a try. We have to save Cersei before the Red Keep is blown up, Jaime said anxiously. No, I can't let you Luwin blow up the Red Castle. The dwarf waved his hand repeatedly and said with a serious expression, if the Red Fort is blown up, not only will we lose a large number of wildfires, a huge gap will also appear in the walls of the King's Landing. Moreover, in the Dragon Queen's strategy, even if the King's Landing falls, the Red Fortress and the Great Cathedral of Baelor will act as a nail, firmly nailing the deviant ghost's passage to the south. You'll understand once you go up and take a look. There are too many of them, we can't carry them all, Varys said helplessly. Inform Dragonstone Island. Messenger crows are too slow. Send a letter to the church and let them use glass candles to contact the Dragon Queen, Tyrion said. Varys hesitated for a moment, then nodded. That works too. He then turned to Jaime and asked, what about you guys? With the Dragon Queen's intervention, it seems that we don't have to take the risk anymore? I think it's useless to call the Dragon Queen. Luwin is about to blow up the Red Keep, why should we care about her? It's better to save Cersei first. Anyway, I have to go up, Jaime said with a firm tone. Tyrion thought for a moment and said, Varys, wait for a moment. We'll go up and scout the way first. The wide tunnel was paved with stone slabs, which clattered loudly as they walked. On both sides of the dark tunnel there were stone steps that were 1 meter high. On the steps were the skulls of the megalosaurus that were born after the Targaryen family took over the Seven Kingdoms. They were like shrines, worshipping the glory of the Targaryen family. At this moment, where the yellow light of the lantern shone, there were no longer black skulls that swallowed the light. Instead, there were rows of neatly stacked green glass bottles. As they walked, Tyrion felt as if he was in the mouth of a dragon. Crescent Moon Tensei. The King's Landing should have more than this amount of wildfire, Tyrion said doubtfully as they reached the end of the cellar. You think it's too little? This amount of wildfire is enough to make the Red Keep fly, Varys shouted. It's not a matter of whether it's too little or too much. We have to find the location of the remaining wildfire, Tyrion said. Before the Battle of Winterfell, the Dragon Queen asked Randolph Talithos for 100 tons, Jaime said. That still doesn't seem right. The two of them left the cellar as they spoke. The Red Keep had 2 levels. The inner level was for the royal family. There were the Empress Dowager's Tower, the Meg Tower for the King and Queen, the Chu Lady's residence, and the White Sword Tower. The outer level was for the council ministers, such as the Grand Scholar's Crow's Nest, the Hand of the King's Hand's Prime Minister's Tower, which had been burned by Cersei, and the judge's room on the 4th level of the dungeon. Between the inner and outer levels was a city wall and a moat that had dried up all year round. Rusty iron spears were stuck on the battlements, specially used to pierce the heads of traitors. For example, the heads of Ide and the people of Winterfell were hung on the tips of the iron spears on the inner walls. The classic scene of Joffrey forcing Sansa to see her father's head happened there. The problem now was that Meg, who had built the tunnel, was not stupid. The secret tunnel could only lead to the outer level of the Red Keep, such as the Prime Minister's Tower and the Crow's Nest. The inner city of the royal family, such as the Meg Tower and the Empress Dowager's Tower, could not be reached directly. In the original novel, Tywin died in the Prime Minister's Tower in the outer level. If Varys wanted to kill Kevin, he had to lure him out of the inner city of the royal family and kill him in Grand Scholar Pycelle's Crow's Nest. Now Tyrion and Jaime had to cross the city wall. Fortunately, most of the soldiers were fighting outside the city, so the Red Keep was not heavily guarded. As expected, it was lax. Besides the bronze gate at the front of the city wall, there were a few small side doors around it. At this time, Jaime was glad that he had called the dwarf along. No matter what kind of door it was, whether it had a lock or a bolt, it was defeated by the dwarf's 2 nimble fingers. Along the way, they killed 7 or 8 guards and finally stepped onto the stone steps of the Empress Dowager's Tower. Cersei, Cersei! Jaime shouted anxiously as he ran up. At the entrance of the Empress Dowager's Tower, he and Tyrion had killed 2 tie men, but they did not find the church's knights. When they reached the outer room of the Empress Dowager's bedroom, even the nuns were nowhere to be seen. Jamie became more and more anxious. He pushed the thick oak door with all his might, but it did not budge. He could only open the small window above. Immediately, a faint stench of blood rushed to his nose. Jeanmu! After a series of shouting and banging on the door, a weak and hoarse voice like a female ghost came from the room. Cersei, it's me. I'm Jamie. I'm here to save you. How are you? Jamie began to use his knees to push against the wooden door, and used his steel sword to hack at the door lock. Jamie, what are you doing? Why are you so loud? Tyrion, who was standing guard downstairs, exclaimed. No! The door lock was hacked open and the oak door opened. Carrying an oil lamp, he stepped into the dark, cold, and bloody bedroom. Jamie broke down and wailed. It was as if Sister Xianglin had seen a Mao with a hole in his stomach and all his organs eaten. 7 levels of hell. The dwarf, who had heard the commotion, only took one look before he retreated, cursing. Come back and treat her. Jamie stopped him. Tyrion had no choice but to walk over. He tried his best not to look at the bloody face that had been stabbed thousands of times, and the wet and bloody crotch. He only put his hands on her bruised chest where her head had been bitten off. A white light flashed, bringing warmth and vitality to her. Sob, sob, sob. Is the Lannister of Casterly Rock City wiped out? Cersei's toothless mouth let out a mournful cry. Hearing this unexpected sentence, Jamie and Tyrion were stunned. How did you know? Tyrion asked. Sob, sob, sob. Luwin said that Casterly Rock City was destroyed, that I was useless. He couldn't do it himself, so he let Timon take turns to XX me. Last night, many of them died. He said that he would use the queen to reward the warriors and boost their morale. Bastard! I'm going to kill him. Jamie's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He clenched his fists so hard that they broke his skin. Blood and dull pain seeped out, but he did not feel it. His anger and frustration were about to burst out of his chest. Tyrion asked with a gloomy face, what about the Reverend Mother and the Paladin? The Paladin was chopped up and fed to the dogs. Timon also raped Sister Maul. They killed her in front of the statue of the Madonna. Her body was thrown into the sea by a catapult, saying that it was a gift to Anami. Cersei's throat moved as she spoke, and a yellowish-white substance with traces of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. You Luwin have gone mad? Jamie said in disbelief. Cersei opened her bloodshot eyes and struggled to look at the man beside her. Tears began to well up in her eyes again when she saw the man beside her. Luwin hated Matthew for crippling his magic. He wanted to blow up the Red Keep and sacrifice the King's Landing. He said that after this, he would return to his hometown with glory and wealth. He said that he wanted to sit on the Iron Islands and wait for the chance to rise again. Don't worry. We have found the wildfire in the cellar of the Red Keep. We won't let Luwin succeed. Jamie held her face and comforted her gently. No, don't look at me. Please don't look at me. Her tears washed away the blood in her eyes, and her vision became clear. Cersei saw her lover, who was still as handsome as he was in her dreams. At the same time, she also saw her own condition. She broke down. Tears poured out of her eyes, and she pulled the straw quilt to cover her dirty body. But she had been tortured too much last night, and she had no strength left. She could only cry like a kitten. Tyrion's eyes were sore, and 2 tears fell. He quickly pressed the lion head button on his shoulder, and covered her with the brocade cloak embroidered with a red dragon and a golden lion. She clenched the cloak tightly and pulled it up, trying to cover herself, but she wanted to see the man crying like a child. So she slowly pulled it down again, leaving only a slit outside. Mother of God, why did you arrange such a fate for us? Why? Jamie held Cersei and cried. Tyrion was very sad, and there were still tears on his face. But when he heard Jamie's cry, he could not help but smile. Mother of God only left a Bible to teach people what to do, how to do, and what the end result is. She doesn't care. Don't doubt it. She said this to me herself. She told me not to complain about fate. Fate has nothing to do with her. Jamie ignored him, and Cersei only stared at Jamie. Jamie, you are so cruel. You left King's Landing after our fight. It's been more than 2 years and you didn't even send me a letter. When I got married, you didn't even come to see me. You bastard. I was captured. I wanted to come back, but I couldn't. James cried. I'm sorry. Who caught you? I swore not to tell. Jamie's face was full of pain. You still want to lie to me? Are you hiding somewhere and giving birth to a child with that ugly Brittany? Cersei cried. Jamie. Chapter 890. Tyrion broke the awkwardness and said, It was Madame Stoneheart, Sansa and Rob's mother. She died and was revived by Red Monk Soros. When she let Jaime go, she forced him to swear an oath to release Sansa and Arya. Jaime broke the oath and then she caught him in the river and forced him to. After a pause, Tyrion shook his head and continued, I don't know what Jaime did. Jaime didn't break the oath and tell me this information. I came up with it with my clever brain. You are Tyrion? Cersei turned to the handsome young man in front of her and asked in surprise. You just realized? The dwarf was a little unhappy. Even if his face changed, what about his voice? Jaime had told her his name before. You're here to kill me? Cersei asked in a trembling voice. The dwarf raised his hand with a wooden face, so that the Whore Sister could see the holy healing on his hand. He's here to save you, Jaime said gently. Why didn't you save me earlier? If you had saved me a day or two earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Boo-hoo. Cersei cried resentfully. The dwarf's brocade cloak covered her body and seemed to hide her shame and cowardice, giving her the courage to hold her head high. Jaime wanted to explain, but he lowered his head in the end. I'm sorry. That's enough. Tyrion shouted and scolded. Didn't you bring this upon yourself? After the Battle of Winterfell, Jaime didn't even return to Casterly Rock. Instead, he came to King's Landing to dig a hole and worked for more than a month like a gray mouse. You, on the other hand, are willing to give up your life for an iron chair. Didn't Matthew want to take you away last time? Did you leave? Even if Jaime came a day earlier, would you have left with him if he took you away? Cersei glared at the dwarf and shouted, Why should we leave? If we kill you, Luwin, the Iron Throne will be ours. Aren't you proficient in assassination with a crossbow? Go and shoot Luwin to death just like how you shot your father's penis. Sneak into Luwin's bedroom and shoot him to death on the toilet bowl when he goes to the toilet. Before Tyrion could say anything, Jaime suddenly asked, Did you kill Uncle Kevin? What? Cersei was stunned for a moment before she shook her head in denial. No, it wasn't me. It was Tyrion. No, it was you, Luwin. Yes, it was you, Luwin. The dwarf was speechless. How did you become like this? Jaime seemed to have been hit twice, and was in extreme pain. You despise me? Cersei was surprised. She clearly didn't mean it that way. But Jaime's words instantly reminded her of her current situation. Feeling the numbing pain all over her body, Cersei lost her courage. Weakness and humiliation overwhelmed her once more. She pulled her cloak up to cover her face and sobbed. Damn it, what are we doing? The dwarf suddenly woke up. Hurry up and take her away. We killed someone outside. Soon the guards will dang dang dang. Before he could finish, the sound of a gong came from outside the tower. There were also warriors shouting, Enemies have infiltrated the Red Keep. Enemies have infiltrated the Red Keep. We can't let them take the gate. Otherwise we'll be trapped. The dwarf pulled up his helmet, unbuckled the axe on his back and ran out. Hurry up, I'll open a path. Jaime nodded and bent down to carry Cersei. Let's get out of here. Cersei pushed him away. There was no expression on her bloodied face, but her blue eyes were filled with despair and determination. Go. I'll only be a burden. Don't be silly. I'm here to save you, Jaime said anxiously. No, you're here to save the noble and elegant eldest daughter of Duke Tywin, the beautiful and pure Queen Cersei, not a monstrous old woman like me. Cersei shook her head in pain. Don't be silly. You've never been pure. You're just a slut who talks nonsense with your brothers even after marriage. Your current appearance perfectly complements your ugly heart, but I still love you, because I'm also a monster and old man. Jaime hugged her and said passionately, You're an angel, Jaime. Cersei caressed his face, her eyes glazed over. If only we were the son and daughter of the Mad King. Even the 7 gods wouldn't be able to stop us. I'll be your wife and you'll be my husband. We'll receive the blessings of the nobles and people of the 7 kingdoms and sit side by side on the Iron Throne. Sigh. Can you not mention the Iron Throne? Jaime wailed. The good atmosphere was completely ruined. Cersei suddenly became very happy. You and I have been circling around the Iron Throne for our entire lives. You're protecting the person on the throne, but I want to be the one sitting on it and giving orders. The best situation would be me sitting on it and you protecting me. Unfortunately, perhaps when we're both dead, the Iron Throne should be carved on our tombstones. Let's leave this place first. When you've recovered, you can ask a stonemason to design 2 tombstones for the Iron Throne, Jaime said sadly. What joy is there in life? What pain is there in death? My injuries are too severe. I can't be saved. Even if Mother Mary is merciful and Saint Matthew is willing to save me, I don't want to live. I'm in too much pain right now. Death is only a release. Cersei smiled bitterly. No, you can't fuck. What are you two waiting for? Come down. The dwarf shouted hysterically from downstairs. Jaime took a deep breath and begged, Cersei, you can't die. What will happen to me if you die? Listen to me, Jaime. Cersei's eyes were filled with pain. I wish you Luwin had tortured me to death last night. Just like Sister Morley, you threw me into the sea to feed the fish. That way, your memory of me would forever be fixed at the moment before we parted. At that moment I was the dazzling Queen Cersei. Well, the reason she was not tortured to death was not because Luwin wanted to save her life. After losing the church, Randaltari and Casterly Rock, you Luwin would not hesitate to kill her. Cersei had a seal of redemption that Mother Mary kindly gave her. Every time she prayed to the Mother Mary, she would be rewarded with a weak healing spell. She could only heal herself and not others. Last night she had been tormented. In her despair, she had prayed to the Holy Mother and managed to survive. Jaime, I beg you, let me go to the Mother Mary with my last dignity. So what if you take me away? Let the whole world know that I became a camp chicken, used by you Luwin to inspire the fighting spirit of the soldiers, and trampled on by hundreds of barbaric and filthy time in? Cersei begged. The dwarf, who was climbing up the stairs, heard this and the anger on his face disappeared. He quietly retreated. He stood guard at the door and did not call out anymore. But I don't want you to die. I want to save you, Jaime said in despair. If you love me, then kill me with your own hands. To be able to see you before I die is the greatest misfortune, and also the greatest fortune. Come and kill me. It's me who killed Uncle Kevin. I used my queen's blood to cast a curse on you Luwin. I also had an affair with cousin Lancel and brother Kate Black. Jaime, kill me, I beg you, it's too painful for me to live. You're missing an arm. If you hold me, you won't be able to hold your sword. Without your sword, how can you escape the Red Keep? Cersei thought, but she did not say it out loud. She only humiliated herself. At first, she was screaming herself hoarse, but in the end her face was covered in tears, and her voice was full of pain and pleading. Jaime's heart and body were trembling. As if possessed, he reached out with his trembling left hand and held her slender neck that was covered in hickeys and bruises. Wait, she called out just as he was about to use more force. Remember to avenge me. Yes, I swear I will kill you Luwin. Jaime cried. No, I want to blow up the Red Keep. Cersei said with a twisted face. What? Jaime was stunned. Cersei said, I want all time men to die with me. Actually, I had people build the wildfire under the Red Keep. I was going to blow up that little bitch Sansa. But the fake crown prince was useless. He was defeated by Stannis before he even reached the King's Landing. Later I thought that without Aegon, Dany Rise might come down personally. So I didn't move the wildfire. Sigh, now it finally comes in handy. Ugh. Jaime could not listen anymore. He closed his eyes and turned his head. His left hand was as hard as steel as he tightened it. Thump! Thump! Cersei's eyes rolled back as she struggled violently. Even the bed was shaking. Wait! The dwarf suddenly rushed over and grabbed Jaime's hand. Cough, cough, cough. Cersei caught her breath and coughed violently. What are you doing? Jamie roared. He was already feeling bad, and it was not easy for him to make up his mind. Now that he was interrupted by the dwarf, his anger rose. Atonement scrolls. The dwarf took out a large 7-pointed red pouch from his pocket. Oh right, you have to wear atonement scrolls. Jamie was scared. Cold sweat broke out on his back. With Cersei's sins, even the 7 levels of hell would not be enough for her if he did not have atonement scrolls. Seeing the dwarf stringing the little sunny pouches one after another on a string, James asked in bewilderment, "One is enough. What are you doing?" Tyrion shook his head. Not enough. When Cersei killed Uncle Kevin, she made a deal with the evil god. Anyone who borrows the power of the evil god will be branded by the evil god. When she dies, the evil god will come and take her soul. The essence of the atonement scrolls is Moke's divine power. The more divine power there is, the stronger the effect. He heard this secret from the fire wizard Pogba. At that time, he was negotiating with Davos on Tidehead Island. He met his former underling and saw a string of pouches around his neck. He thought that he was selling atonement scrolls, so he tried to persuade him. In the end, Pogba mysteriously told him a big secret. One of Volantis' dual masters, the old fire wizard, had once sacrificed to Lalo. After his death, he was immediately captured by the shadow demon Lalo. Luckily, the Dragon Queen helped him escape. The Dragon Queen had asked him about the old fire wizard's legacy and his family. All right. After hanging the string on Cersei's wrist, the dwarf quickly retreated. Cersei slapped away Jaime's left hand and complained, "I'm not done yet." "I know. Blow up the Red Castle." Jaime nodded helplessly. Cersei then smiled in satisfaction and raised her neck for him to strangle. But when Jaime put his hand on her neck, her pupils contracted and she struggled. "What's wrong?" Jaime let go and asked. "I suddenly remembered something. You are also my Valonqar. So I misunderstood Tyrion." The toad which prophesied that the person who killed me was you, not him, Cersei said in horror. Chapter 891. What if we don't die? Jaime did not understand Cersei's prophecy. "No, I want to go to heaven. Jaime, help me," Cersei begged, clutching the scroll tightly. Jaime put his hand on it again, and Cersei struggled again. Jaime looked at her helplessly. "I think it's better to tell you about the prophecy," Cersei said. "What are you doing?" "Soldiers are coming this way." The dwarf wailed downstairs. Cersei spoke faster. "Do you still remember the Toad Witch? She had prophesied that my brother would seize me by the pale throat and take my life. I thought it was Tyrion and wanted to kill him. Now I know it was you." "I didn't want to," Jaime said in pain. I know, my dear. I'm sorry, but this is fate. My life has been going according to the witch's prophecy. Before I die, I want to try one last time to change my fate. Don't grab my neck. Stab me to death." She gritted her teeth. Jaime stood up, drew Widow's Howl from his belt, turned his back sadly, and waved it gently at Cersei's neck. Chi-chi. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the golden thread lion's cloak red. "Arg!" Cersei hissed in pain. James turned his head back, only to find that his hand had trembled and he had chopped at the wrong spot. Seeing that Cersei was in so much pain, he let go of the sword hilt and rushed to her side. He grabbed her slender neck and twisted it, ending her pain once and for all. But when he moved his trembling hand away and looked at Cersei's body, he was shocked to see that her eyes were wide open, and she looked like she had died with a grievance. Only then did he remember that Cersei had asked him to help her change her fate. "Fuck, what are you doing?" The dwarf ran up the stairs again. His silver armor was stained with blood, and the axe in his hand was also stained red. Thud! 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 "Don't let him run away, dwarf." The sound of soldiers running and shouting could be heard from the staircase below. Looking at his sister's eyes that were wide open in death, the dwarf spat, "You've killed her. Tessa!" He pulled Jaime back and shouted at the window. Boom! The next moment, wood shavings flew everywhere. Bricks toppled over, and a small part of the wall collapsed. A huge beak reached in. Tessa opened her mouth and screamed. A gust of wind blew in the room. Now! Tyrion grabbed Cersei's body, flung it forward, and jumped into Tessa's mouth. Well, Tessa could swallow a horse alive, and her mouth could easily hold 3 living people. Jaime! The dwarf turned around and cried out anxiously. Jaime was stunned for a moment. When he turned around and saw the Red Fort guards rushing up, he didn't dare delay any longer and jumped in as well. Boom! Tessa kicked hard, and her huge body flew out of the Empress Dowager Pagoda upside down. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dragon-slaying crossbows were nailed to her wings, back and abdomen. Even her neck was pierced by 4 to 5 sharp arrows. Leaving behind a pool of fresh blood. Tessa howled as she disappeared into the dark Blackwater Bay. Back then, Jon had sent 2,000 Winterfell cavalrymen to follow Erlu to the south to fight the Iron Throne. After the Battle of Winterfell, 1,000 cavalrymen remained in the valley to form the third defense line. The other 1,000 cavalrymen followed the rations in the valley from Seagulltown to King's Landing. It wasn't that Jon wanted to be loyal to Erlu. He wasn't interested in the glory of conquering the King's Landing. He was willing to send 1,000 cavalrymen to King's Landing because Erlu had told him about the Battle of King's Landing plan. To put it bluntly, Jon had asked Big John to lead 1,000 cavalrymen to King's Landing in order to fight the deviant ghosts. Hence, when Erlu's mercenaries and the vassals of the valley fought the Iron Throne's army, Jon only led the Northerners to follow behind and collect the corpses. Collecting the corpses was literally collecting the corpses. The Northerners carried the corpses of the dead soldiers from both sides and the innocent civilians outside the city and burned them together. On the first day, the Northerners collected 4,000 corpses. The Iron Throne lost 2,000, the vassals lost 1,500, and the other 500 were civilians. Among them, Erlu had executed more than 200 of his own men. Jon followed suit and used the Dark Sisters to cut off the heads of 20 knights of the north, because they burned, killed, and looted. On the day of King's Landing's siege, as Varys had said, many nobles were used to the venting of their soldiers. However, Erlu had never spoiled his soldiers in the past few years. No matter how difficult the situation was, he was very strict with his soldiers. If they encountered anyone who raped women, robbed civilians, or killed indiscriminately, they would be tied up and sacrificed to the Red God, regardless of whether they were mercenaries, peasant soldiers, or noble knights. Just like when Erlu had led 1,000 cavalrymen and 3,000 clansmen to attack Winterfell, they had traveled thousands of kilometers in the snow. Many of the soldiers could not bear the hunger and secretly ate the flesh of their comrades. However, if they were discovered by Erlu, they would be burned regardless of whether they were hungry or not. Jon followed suit. As such, on the second day, there were no more incidents of rape or looting in King's Landing. However, the strict discipline also resulted in many deserters in Erlu's army. Merciful Virgin Mary! Duke Jon, please let me go. My 8-year-old son and 50-year-old mother are waiting for me in my hometown in Bravos. I can't die. At the north shore of Blackwater Bay, behind a small hill, there was a 4-meter-long boat tied to a shallow beach. The boat was filled with gold and silver utensils and leather coats stained with blood. For Bravosi soldiers from the Great White Shark mercenary group knelt on the icy beach and kowtowed to the Unicorn Rider at the top of the hill. Behind the Unicorn Rider, there were 30 horseless cavalrymen with bows and arrows aimed at the mercenaries on the beach. Caw, there's blood. Murder, they're murdering people. Don't let any of them go. Take them all away. The big crow flew from the boat and landed on the Unicorn Rider's shoulder as he cawed loudly. Hoo, the white wolf beside the Unicorn Rider snorted in agreement. Capture them. If they resist, kill them on the spot. Jon's eyes flashed as he ordered coldly. On the way back to the campsite, Jon met Davos, who looked exhausted. Duke Stark, how many captives did you capture today? The Onion Rider greeted him. Jon pointed behind him and said, not too many. Including these 4, only 23. Only 23. The old knight smiled bitterly. They're all mercenaries with no honor. They robbed a bunch of gold and silver utensils from the Whitehead Fish Hotel on Powder Street and planned to escape, Jon said. Let them go. Davos waved at the northerners who were holding the deserters. We're close to Aegon Hill. Tomorrow we'll take the Red Castle. The war will be over soon. From tonight onwards, I'll arrange for the soldiers to go to Silk Street in batches. The old knight smiled ambiguously. Duke, you can also go and take a look. There are girls from all over the world on Silk Street. There's even Saintess Yuan Kaizi who's proficient in the 7 types of spring cries. No need. Jon quickly waved his hand to refuse. If it was another time, he wouldn't mind going to the famous Silk Street in the King's Landing to observe. But the bitter civil war of the humans these days made him very depressed. He was even a little confused about the future, so he wasn't in the mood to visit brothels. The king's hand then announced to the soldiers that His Majesty Stannis would pay for everyone to visit the brothels and promised a high reward. The camp was filled with cheers and the atmosphere was instantly high. Even the deserters were gone. Today's war ended in the afternoon. The pterosaur knights in the sky even saw a large number of Time Men escaping from the King's Landing through the King's Gate in the south and the Mud Gate near the river. Duke Yuluin escaped. Big Jon stood outside the steel gate. He saw the unicorn knight from a few dozen meters away and shouted at the top of his lungs. We won, even though we didn't fight a single battle. Are you sure? I just met Count Davos. He said he would only attack the Red Keep tomorrow. Jon was bewildered. Even we have deserters on our side. Time Men can't see any hope of victory, so there will only be more deserters. Now that those Time Men are running away in waves, how many will be left in the Red Keep tomorrow? Yuluin won't be able to escape tomorrow if you don't run today. Big Jon chuckled. Jon's heart skipped a beat. How many people died today? Big Jon stepped on the wet mud mixed with snow and water as he walked to the unicorn. He exhaled a white breath and sighed. It's a bit tragic today. We lost 5,000 people, and the other side lost 6,000 or 7,000. We're almost at our limit. It's just a matter of who breaks down first. Now it seems that our morale isn't high, but it's much better than Yuluin. The casualties are too heavy. Jon's expression was heavy. Sai, the Mystic Dragon, is also effective in street battles. At noon 3 Dragon Knights were even shot down. Big Jon shook his head. I only heard a whine. Jon frowned. 2 of them were shot through the head and fell to the ground like rocks. They didn't even make a sound before they died. After explaining, Big Jon sighed. Yuluin are too sinister. You actually hid the Dragon Slayer crossbow in a residential building and aimed through the bowl-sized window on the roof. It was like shooting live targets. That scene was too spectacular. The explosion was too sudden. I was stunned at the time. Not only was I stunned, the entire battlefield was silent. Then Stannis rode the 2-headed Mystic Dragon and burned the streets in anger. Every house that was shot with the crossbow, no matter if it was a residential building or an army stronghold, was set on fire. However, the Mystic Dragon wasn't invincible. I saw it with my own eyes. At least 2 arrows pierced through the Mystic Dragon's neck. Blood flowed out, and its wings became like the rags of the church's beggar army. In the end, it couldn't even fly. Now, I understand why the Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus wore chainmail. Jon was also fascinated by the story. He said regretfully, I didn't expect there to be a dragon battle today. I should have left a crow in the sky to watch the battle. Watch the battle, I want to watch the battle. Caw caw caw. The Mormont crow immediately flapped its wings and cawed. Indeed, today's battle was more exciting than yesterday. I have to say, although Yuluin was at a disadvantage, today's battle was beautiful. Big Jon was excited and regretful. It's a pity that we didn't participate in such a magnificent battle. Even if you didn't participate in the Battle of Winterfell, you should know how serious the situation of the 7 Kingdoms is. What's the point of the infighting between the humans now other than wasting power? Big Jon's eyes were sharp as he scolded. I'm just saying. Although he was an elder of Winterfell for 3 generations, Big Jon was still as obedient as the direwolf beside Big Jon when he was scolded in front of everyone. Jon didn't oppress him and immediately comforted him gently. Quickly move the corpses out of the city and burn them. Tonight you can go to Silk Street for a stroll. Stannis will pay for it. Haha, that's great. Big Jon laughed and said with nostalgia, the last time I went to Silk Street was during the War of the Usurpers. Your father-eyed bow. The earth shook and their ears buzzed. In the King's Landing city, the enchanting green color suddenly filled their vision. Chapter 892. Let me be the King of Ashes in King's Landing. Let me be the King of Ashes. These were the famous words of the Mad King Eris, and also his dream. Because of Jaime's stab in the back, his dream turned into his will. He thought that the Mad King's will would be forever buried in the dust of history and the ridicule of future generations. He didn't expect that in just 20 years, someone would turn his dream into reality. This was a day that the people of King's Landing and the people of the Seven Kingdoms would remember forever. After a day of fierce fighting, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was like a volcanic eruption. Some of the survivors of King's Landing even swore that the Valeglia cataclysm was nothing more than this. The explosion first occurred at Rionice Hill, starting from the Silk Streets Technical Complex. Green pillars of fire and sparks rose into the sky one after another. Eventually, half of King's Landing was covered in wildfire. Shops, stables, technical complexes, plazas, street crossings, city gates, and so on were all covered in wildfire. The highest point of the explosion came from the Red Castle. The crust that supported the Red Castle was like the lid of a can. More than half of it was lifted, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Because Aegon's Hill was higher above sea level from afar, it looked like there was a divine torch near the Bay of King's Landing. The torch burned with green flames that were 100 meters tall. It was the largest wildfire that humans had ever seen. No living person under the shadow of the flames felt warm or scorching. They broke out in cold sweat in fear and confusion. An inexplicable chill was like a living nematode, seeping into their bones from the bottom of their hearts and freezing their souls. 7 levels of hell. What happened? Why is it like this? Outside the city gate, Jon's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. He looked at the fire in the direction of the Red Castle in fear and helplessness, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away. A howl that sounded like the cry of an old ape came from afar. It was Erlu. Like Jon, he also seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat on the ground in despair, looking in the direction of the Red Castle and wailing. You Luin are too ruthless. You destroyed it when you couldn't get it. Now that everyone's gone their separate ways, there's no Iron Throne left. Big Jon murmured in shock. Quick, let's go to Dragonstone Island and invite the Dragon Queen. A knight yelled at the top of his lungs. Big Jon turned around and found that the one who shouted was the Red Heart Knight beside Stannis. He recognized him, the pockmarked Knight Richard. That day in the divine forest of Snakewood City in the valley, the two of them had fought over King Aegon. That's right. Send a message to Dragonstone Island and ask the Dragon Queen to save the citizens of King's Landing. Another Crimson Heart Knight shouted. It was the short and stout Knight Songu. Are those two guys scared out of their wits? Big Jon was confused. He led the Northern Territory Cavalry and was stationed in the valley. He did not participate in the Battle of Winterfell, so he did not know much about the legendary experiences of the two Knights of Red Heart. Well, Richard and Songu were almost taboo in the Erlu camp. No one dared to talk about them. At this moment, Jon recovered from his shock. He stood up and said anxiously, The Dragon Queen is proficient in fire control. Let her. Before he could finish, he saw Melisandre's red hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were glowing red, and she was mumbling something as she rode past him on her horse. Every flame within 500 meters of her, be it candles, bonfires, torches, or lanterns, seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow that was as thick as sand. The flames were extinguished one by one. As she entered King's Landing, the burning wildfires and the people and houses that were set ablaze by the wildfires were quickly extinguished as if they were covered by sand. It was as if a self-moving EMP electromagnetic pulse emitter had appeared in a brightly lit modern metropolis. The power was not high, only half a kilometer away. Everywhere it went, the lights were extinguished, and a large circular scar appeared in the city. This is a domain. The shadow domain and the fire domain are stacked together. The fire domain absorbs the fire element, while the shadow domain lowers the temperature. This is terrifying. The others did not know what was going on. They only felt that the red-robed witch's magic was powerful. Now that John was no longer a novice, he was truly shocked and in awe. Like Melisandre, he was also a shadowbinder who practiced both fire and shadow. She was his senior and the goal that he worked hard for. There's no need to look for the Dragon Queen. He shook his head and smiled bitterly at the northerner beside him. But we still have to inform her. Yuluan Erlu suddenly shouted from afar. His face was twisted as he boarded the two-headed demon dragon. The demon dragon flapped its tattered wings and flew unsteadily towards the west. John's expression changed. He quickly ran to Davos and said anxiously, "Count, please stop His Majesty Stannis. I suspect that Yuluan guessed that we would be angered, and that there would be dragon knights chasing after them. So he might have set another trap. We've already suffered a few losses from him today." "Duke, you're right." Davos's expression changed. He immediately rode his pterosaur and chased after Stannis. Before leaving, the Onion Knight said with an unnatural expression, "Duke Stark, please inform the church to let the monks come out and help the people. Let the church knights help with the disaster." Without needing anyone to remind him, when John arrived at the Wisania Hills, the 7 holy light towers lit up the surrounding 1 kilometer as if it was daytime. The white-robed monks, priests who knew holy healing, were all mobilized. There were 400 to 500 of them. The square in front of the holy church was filled with people and nobles who were burned, smashed, and injured by the shockwaves of the explosion. The nobles were carried into the holy church by servants, while the commoners were left on stretchers in the square. Holy white light shone in the hands of the priests, stopping the bleeding and healing the injured. The hateful gazes of the people around King's Landing embarrassed John. He carefully avoided the injured and found the one-armed hero Lancel under the statue of Saint Bailey. He asked Bishop, "Have you informed Dragonstone Island?" "The Queen has gone to rescue the Western region," Lancel said gloomily. "What happened to the Western region?" John was surprised. The one-armed hero looked at him with a complicated expression. "The Lannister family of Casterly Rock City has been exterminated." Does Duke Stark know? The other party's stare made him feel uncomfortable all over, and the content of the other party's words shocked him even more. "What do you mean by exterminated?" As soon as he said this, he had a terrible premonition. This matter was probably related to Stark. On the day the phrase of Rapidflow City arrived at Casterly Rock City, the Lannister family held a banquet for them. In the end, 874 people died from poison wine, including Walder Frey and his sons. Arya. In an instant, John thought of the culprit. "This is the first time I've heard of this." John showed a shocked and sympathetic expression. Lancel's expression was indifferent as she continued later. "We discovered that there were deviant ghosts watching Casterly Rock City. When they noticed the large-scale deaths in the city, they immediately resurrected more than 1,000 dead people. Within 2 hours, the ghouls blew up Casterly Rock City from the inside, followed by Lannister Harbor. Hundreds of thousands of ghouls spread in all directions. So far, the Western region's death toll has exceeded 1.5 million. Counting the ghouls that crawled out of the graves, the Dragon Queen estimates that the ghoul army is more than 300. Right now, she's chasing after the huge army of ghouls. Gods! This time John was truly shocked. He lost his composure and cried out, "Are you sure 1.5 million died?" The voice in his throat sounded like it came from the mouth of a dead person, stiff and erratic. Before the War of the Four Kings, the Western region had a population of nearly 2 million. Now less than 10% are left. Lancel said sadly. John's heart was filled with bitterness. He felt that any words of comfort were meaningless. Lancel glanced at the wounded around her and said, "The church will definitely do its best to save the King's Landing. Right now, the archbishops are praying to the Holy Mother in the Holy Church, asking for God's landing." After saying this, he took his leave and went to the side to treat the wounded. Well, he was also a priest. John stood beside the statue of Saint Basil in a daze. The water in his body seemed to have frozen into ice. He didn't even care about the one-armed hero's landing. His mind was filled with only one thought. Arya, what have you done? Suddenly a cold mist surged in from all directions. The sunlight from the Tower of Light became hazy. Oh, the dire wolf beside him stood on end. It adopted a vigilant posture and whimpered softly. Jon felt a tingling in his soul. He suddenly woke up from his deep pain and frustration. The next moment, in the dark city where the fire had been extinguished, screams of the living rang out. Ah! The living dead. The corpses are moving. A chill ran down Jon's spine. Lancel's words were like a hammer, hammering into his heart. So there were otherworldly ghosts keeping an eye on Casterly Rock, and when they sensed a large number of deaths in the city, they immediately resurrected the dead. So deviant ghosts were smart. They were also watching King's Landing. When they sensed a large number of deaths in the city, they immediately resurrected. Oh gods, there are still 3 pterosaur corpses in the city. Jon ran to the edge of the square in fear. He looked at the street of Sister Silence where the pterosaur had fallen. The more you worried about something, the easier it was for it to become reality. 3 pairs of flickering blue eyes slowly rose into the night sky, like 6 sky lanterns. Oh gods, Bran. Jon's consciousness left his body. It rose infinitely and entered a strange state. Bran, come here quickly. 3 ghoul corpse pterosaurs have appeared in King's Landing. Mark them, lock them, don't let them leave your sight. His consciousness sent out such mental waves in the mysterious space. I'm busy. Bran's tired voice rang in his ears. The next moment Jon's consciousness returned to his body. Whoosh 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 boom boom. Before he could react to Bran's busy, he saw a series of meteor-like fireballs rise from the dark land. The fireballs whistled in the air as they flew. It was Melisandre. She had made her move. In the face of the incoming fireballs, the 2 ghoul corpse pterosaurs below closed in on each other and blocked the one at the top. Although they were hit head-on and ignited into 2 gigantic fireballs, the pterosaurs above them pulled their bodies higher and higher. The last 2 balls of blue light were about to disappear into the night sky. Caw 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 as the crows cawed. The chanting in the holy church became louder. A golden line of fire rushed out from the dome and into the darkness. It flew in a strange trajectory. No one knew what the line of fire did, but a fireball suddenly lit up in the sky. The last ghoul corpse pterosaur failed to escape. Buzz, finally, the line of fire flew to the center of King's Landing. It drew a circle and lit up a huge sun in the circle. Chapter 893. Big Sun stretched across the sky. In an instant the King's Landing was as bright as day. Standing at the edge of the lectern in the great cathedral and looking towards the north, one could see the ruins of the city, the wailing living people, and the cold-blooded ghouls chasing after the living. Everything was visible. Chi under the sunlight, the living dead's pale skin emitted a cold white mist, as if a red-hot iron was pressed on pork belly. The white mist rose and immediately dissipated under the bright, almost scorching sunlight. The world was clear, and the cold mist was not allowed to exist. At least, the cold mist emitted by the ghouls could not block the sunlight of such a scale. The ghouls' agile movements became stiff and slow, and they even reached out their hands to block the light that shone on the indifferent face. They gave up on the massacre of the living people in the King's Landing and began to retreat weakly, running away from the sun. The monks in the sacred hall were still chanting scriptures, but they switched from the Holy Mother scripture to the Light Maiden scripture. Outside the sacred hall, a white-robed priest broke the silence and shouted excitedly, "The night is long and full of danger. Fortunately, there is a young girl who is with me. Long live the Maiden of Light." After the long night, the night is long was no longer Lalo's exclusive sacrifice. Long live the Maiden of Light. Soon the living people in the city shouted together. "Block the city gate. Don't let the ghouls leave the King's Landing. The Maiden of Light is with us. Kill the deviant ghouls, go to heaven." Randall Tully in the colorful striped cape raised the dragon-tooth blade and roared loudly. His current spirit was completely different from before. Although it was the first time he saw the living dead, he exploded with unprecedented fighting spirit and vitality. because he was fighting for glory, for faith, for the people, because hope was like the sun in the sky, so dazzling, so bright, he would never lose his way. Kill the deviant ghouls, go to heaven. Hundreds and thousands of warrior sons were fanatical, raising their dragon crystal weapons and shouting in unison. They were like a flood, rushing down the Wisnia hills and along the streets, cleaning up all the smoking existences under the sun. The Maiden of Light was with the church's warriors. The great sun formed by 100 fire elves split into two. The great sun continued to hover over the king's landing, while the little sun formed by 10 fire elves came to the top of the warrior sun's head. The sunlight was blinding. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that the large-scale battle officially stopped. During this period of time, Dragonstone Island had airdropped more than 10 tons of dragon crystals to the Templar, and hundreds of Dawn warriors had rushed over from Hellenberg. Of course, the Red God believers did not let the 7 gods monopolize the battle. Not only did the Erlu that Yuluan shot a few arrows return, but even the remnants of Erlu's army raised their flaming blades and flaming swords and blocked the retreating ghoul army at the city gate. Just like what Aunt May did in the last season of Power Rangers, she ignited thousands of weapons by herself. The effect on deviant ghosts was uncertain, but it was barely enough to kill ghouls. After the battle, the young beggar army that stayed in the Great Templar walked to the streets and alleys to clean up the individual ghouls that were hiding in the dark. They also carried the ghouls that were killed by the dragon crystal weapons to the square in front of the Great Templar. Some people stood numbly in front of their houses, watching the monks and the church's armed forces come and go. Some people cried and wailed as they searched for traces of their loved ones among the piles of corpses. There were also people who volunteered to join the beggar army to help carry the corpses and carefully collect the belongings of the ghouls. They also brought the corpses of animals back home to pickle. Yes, the church's monks had promised the people that eating ghouls was harmless to the human body, and they would not be punished with any sins, but they should not eat humans. In fact, the number of ghouls in King's Landing was limited. Many people who could not find food had secretly hidden some fat pieces of meat with obvious human characteristics. By the afternoon of the third day, about 100,000 corpses had been collected from the entire city, and they piled up into a small mountain in front of the Templar. Those who were still alive, whether it was the Bravos mercenaries, the Northern Knights, the Valley Warriors, or the ordinary people, had all come. They stood at the periphery of the Wisnia Hills to bury their companions and loved ones in the mountain of corpses. Hundreds of white-robed priests chanted together the scripture to expiate the souls of the dead, stranger guest, so that the souls in the body that had been desecrated could ascend to heaven. The reason for such a ceremony was that a noble had questioned the monks. Why did my father still become a ghoul even though he was wearing an atonement scroll? Moreover, the father ghoul seemed to recognize me and chased after me to bite me. When I hid in my bedroom, it even knew how to find the spare key under the flower bed to open the door. 1 soul and 2 spirits, this was the official explanation of the church. After the explanation, they had to make arrangements. Send them to the church to expiate the souls of the dead and burn them to ashes. This was also beneficial to the Dragon Queen. As the monks chanted the demon-hunting ritual, the divine spell to kill evil beings as a sacrifice to the 7 gods. Chapter 861. A large amount of spiritual substance entered the faith space. The burning lasted for more than half a day. When everyone was physically and mentally exhausted and ready to leave, something strange happened again. At the front of the crowd, a group of warrior sons with colorful cloaks stained with blood was suddenly enveloped by a beam of light. Among the thousands of warrior sons, 400 to 500 of them had a golden beam of light descending from the sky. The Holy Mother has descended? Bronze John, who was standing at the front, looked around and asked the monk in front of him. This should be the Holy Mother's grace. The monk in linen clothes said with uncertainty. What is grace? John, who was standing beside Bronze John, asked in confusion. It means that the Holy Mother may give a reward after slaying the demons. But this is the first time I've seen such a scene, so I'm not sure if before he could finish, the beam of light suddenly disappeared, leaving only the shining golden runes on the forehead of the warrior son. It's really grace. Earl Randall and the others have become holy knights. The monk in linen clothes shouted in excitement. Holy knights? 400 to 500 of them. How can there be so many pterosaurs? Even if there are, it's not enough to keep them alive. Stannis is almost broke from eating just 20 pterosaurs. He can only go fishing in the bay every day. Jon was confused. Why don't we go and ask? Bronze Jon's eyes flashed as he squeezed into the noisy and excited group of monks. The people around him saw his unique bronze armor and the family emblem on his chest and immediately recognized him. They didn't stop him and made way for him. Jon hesitated for a moment and followed him. Hey, old friend, you're finally free from the abyss of suffering. After Jon went over, he gave Randall a big and warm hug. Randall Tari's body stiffened. He wasn't used to and didn't like Jon's sudden closeness. But with their status, he couldn't push him away impolitely. Nice to meet you, Earl Jon, he said with a stiff face. I'm so envious of you. Actually, I didn't want to work with that heathen Stannis for a long time. But the 20,000 warriors of the valley came with me. The responsibility is too heavy. Jon sighed in a low voice. This was a little too deep for a friend. Randall Tari kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Bronze Jon, on the other hand, had a bellyful of grievances to pour out to his old friend. Tell me, what's all this about? We, the people of the valley, were originally living our own peaceful lives. If it wasn't for the great ideal of ending the chaotic world, who would leave their home and travel thousands of miles to come to King's Landing? But after we took down King's Landing with great difficulty, the way the people of King's Landing look at us, I reckon that even Tywin, who looted King's Landing during the War of the Usurpers, didn't receive this kind of treatment. We're here to liberate King's Landing. We should be enjoying the rain of petals and cheers, riding tall horses into the Red Fort surrounded by glory. But in the end now, half of King's Landing is burned down. The Red Fort is in ruins. More than 5,000 warriors of the valley died in the wildfire and the ghouls broke through the encirclement. Randall Tari's face was stiff and expressionless. Bronze Jon didn't care about Randall's reaction. He was just frustrated and wanted to find someone who had the same experience as him to pour out his mental garbage. Well, in his opinion, Randall, who had joined Luwin and Cersei, and himself, who had no choice but to serve Erlu, were the same type of people. Even their titles and statuses were similar. I'm very confused about the future. I also want to join the Warrior's Sons. What do you think? In the end, he said tentatively. Up to you, Randall said blankly. But now the future of King's Landing is uncertain. The remaining warriors of the valley are at a loss. I can't bear to abandon them. Bronze Jon said bitterly. What are you trying to say? I've already joined the church and will no longer participate in the political games of the Seven Kingdoms. Randall wasn't a political novice. He could already tell something from old Jon's words. Bronze Jon glanced at Randall beside him and said without hesitation, I want to bring the warriors of the valley back home. Can the church help? Convert His Majesty Stannis and ask him to let us go? St. Matthew has already left. Randall's mouth twitched. There are other archbishops, right? Randall said calmly. Not everyone is St. Matthew. Think about it, how many people in the world can be unscathed after a sword pierced through the heart, or after being punched and kicked for a few days and nights? But the heart of mercy and the will to sacrifice oneself to save the devil, mercy is common. But normal people don't have the right to sacrifice themselves to save the devil, Randall said impatiently. In the end, he added, I'm a pious disciple of the Holy Mother, but I'm not stupid. Actually, you can summon the Holy Mother and use the Holy Mother's palm to convert my king. Bronze Jon thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. If word got out, Erlu would definitely send him to heaven with the flame of the demonic dragon. Jon fell silent. Jon took over and asked, Count Randall, the monk said that you received the Holy Mother's grace. Is it the Holy Knight's seal? When Jon heard this, he also looked over curiously. It's a pure Holy Knight seal, not the pterosaur Knight seal. What can it do? Jon asked. Randall hesitated for a moment. He felt that there was no way to hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Miracles needed to be spread widely. There are Stamina, Strength, Warrior Sword, Level 1 Holy Healing, Level 0 Holy Light, and Level 2 Holy Fire. There are 6 divine spells in total, he said. Commander, you have 6 divine spells. I only have 3 level 0 Holy Light, level 1 Holy Healing and Strength. Sir Theodore was shocked and envious. I only have 1 level 0 Holy Light. I have 2 Holy Healing and Strength. I have 2 too, but it's different from you. Sigh, I didn't receive the Holy Mother's blessing. I have to work harder next time. Hearing the discussion of the warrior's sons, Bronze John was confused. What's going on? Does everyone receive the Holy Mother's grace differently? Randall searched for a piece of information in his mind and said thoughtfully, the Holy Knight profession is the same, but there are levels. I'm a level 3 Holy Knight. Chapter 894. Randall murmured, Trainee Holy Knights only have 1 level 0 Divine Art slot. Level 1 Holy Knights get a specialty Divine Art. After that, every Divine Art you get will be promoted by half a level. Every time you level up, you will get a specialty Divine Art. I have 6 Divine Arts, 3 of which are specialty Divine Arts, so I am a level 3 Grand Knight. How do you classify the professions? John asked curiously. Hearing this question, Randall immediately found the answer in his mind. Piety, understanding of the doctrine, practice of the doctrine, and contributions to the world, he murmured. It seemed that the Holy Mother had sealed a memory that did not belong to him in a remote corner of his sea of memories. He needed to find it slowly, or the outside world would trigger one of the memories. Just like how the Holy Mother Dani taught the Big Sparrow in St. Matthew, the introduction of the Holy Knights was also stored in Randall's mind. Because she was worried that the extra information would confuse the believer's memories, she burned it in the blank edge of the hard disk. Well, it was far away from the normal memory area. This would not affect his original memory, but there was a side effect of not being able to notice the information at once. After digesting the memory in his mind, Randall said, pious believers of the 7 gods, or one of the 7 gods. For example, I believe in the warriors. Not only do they have to understand the doctrine, but they also have to recognize the doctrine from the bottom of their hearts and use the doctrine as the standard of conduct. Contributing to the world is doing things that are beneficial to the people, society, and the world. Combining the above, this is the standard of the Holy Mother's grace. Beneficial to the people, society, and the world. Randall was embarrassed and said, I thought it was a contribution to the church. The essence of the 7 gods doctrine is to let the human mind and soul evolve in a more perfect direction, making the world a better place. Randall repeated what St. Matthew taught him. Isn't killing the other ghosts good for the world? He continued. That makes sense. John nodded thoughtfully. I only know Holy Light and Holy Healing, but I have never heard of the others. Count Randall, can you tell me more about them? For example, the Holy Fire. Bronze John asked curiously. Randall frowned and was a little unwilling. But when he turned his head around, he saw all the newly promoted Holy Knights looking at him eagerly, so he couldn't refuse. The sacred flame technique is a blacksmith's flame. It can be attached to weapons and deal great damage to evil beings. He said, is it the same as Melisandre's weapon enchanted with fire? Bronze John asked immediately. It should be slightly stronger than the red-robed woman's sorcery. The holy fire can burn away the enemy's weapons and armor, Randolph said. The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. John was very suspicious, Bronze Yon was skeptical, and even Blue Dao himself was uncertain. Why don't you demonstrate it for us, Count? John urged. Lan Dao's heart was restless. His hands were itching, but he still kept a straight face and refused. How can you show off your divine arts in public? Only by understanding every bit of your strength can you use it better. This is the basic knowledge in knight training, Bronze Yon said confidently. What you said makes sense. However, we can't do it here. Let's go to the Templar training grounds, Randolph said hesitantly. Thus, the group left the training grounds noisily. In the wide training grounds, Randolph held a sword in each hand. Blacksmith, please bless me. He chanted an incantation, and a golden flame rune flashed between his eyebrows. Then boom! The sword in his left hand burned with a circle of white gold flames. Then everyone was shocked. The sword quickly turned red. Before Landau could swing it, the tip of the sword melted, dripping with dark red liquid. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Wisps of steam rose from the ground due to the heat. The exhausted divine power also woke up the knight from his stupor. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Landau dispelled the holy fire and threw away the burning sword. He was more excited than embarrassed. Blacksmith, the holy fire is so strong. Looks like I have to practice more in the future. Otherwise, I will destroy my sword before I hurt the enemy. Blacksmith, it can actually melt metal. Bronze Yon was shocked. Specialty divine arts, strength art, physical art, warrior sword, I can't demonstrate them. I used up all my divine power just now. Landau frowned. Blacksmith, you used a lot of holy fire? John asked. I didn't control it well. I used up all my divine power and burned the sword, Landau said. Strength art increases strength. Physical art increases stamina. What about warrior sword? John asked curiously. Warrior sword can provide a lot of sword experience and help me increase the level of my sword skills. At this point, Landau, who always had a serious expression, couldn't help but look regretful. If I could get the specialty warrior sword when I was young, I might have reached Arthur Dane's level of swordsmanship. Soon Landau Tully left. He had to go to the Holy Church to pray to the Holy Mother. After he left, the crowd dispersed. Count Yon, don't you think that the Church of the Seven Gods has changed a lot in the past 2 years? It's like a different church? On the way back, John asked hesitantly. There were no miracles before, but now miracles are appearing every day. It's said that it's because of the great guardian of light. The Megalosaurus is a magic conduit that connects the world of mortals and gods. Bronze Yon relayed the explanation he heard from the monks. It's not just miracles. The doctrine and system have changed a lot. There weren't priests, winged dragon knights, or demon hunting knights before. John's eyes flashed and said softly, it's like a different church of the seven gods. Bronze Yon was like a dragon whose tail had been stepped on. He roared angrily, blasphemy, John Stark, you're blaspheming the gods. I'm going to report you to the church. The people of King's Landing on both sides of the street looked over coldly. John was embarrassed and a little angry. He growled, Count, don't forget that you're wearing the skin of the blazing red heart. Bronze Yon looked at himself subconsciously. He sighed in relief when he saw that there was no sign of the blazing red heart on him. However, he regained his rationality and stopped yelling angrily. Sigh, you're stabbing me in the heart. He lamented, I don't want to pledge my loyalty to Stannis either. If the warriors of the valley can return home safely, I'm willing to follow Randolph Tari's example. I'll leave the title to my son, wear the colorful cape, and serve the seven gods for the rest of my life. The Iron Throne, we found the Iron Throne. John was about to comfort the old knight when a loud knight shouted excitedly from the front. It was a real knight of the blazing red heart. No, when John walked up and saw the knight's face, he realized that it was the pockmarked knight, Richard. Your Majesty Stannis, we found the Iron Throne. It flew to the flea's nest. Sir Richard ran out of the slums that had been burned to the ground. He jumped on his horse and galloped towards the city gate. As he ran, he shouted Erlu's name. John stopped and looked around. The streets were a mess, filled with charred trash and smelly black water. The shops on both sides of the street were only charred ruins. Slums with numb expressions and tattered clothes were looking for valuables in the ruins. This was the King's Landing's famous place of slums, the Flea's Nest. Your Majesty! Erlu strode over with a group of people. John immediately saluted him. Erlu was very excited. His face, which had always been as pale as a corpse, was now glowing with the red light of a living person. He nodded casually at his two followers' greetings and said, Richard has found the missing Iron Throne. Come and take a look. John nodded nonchalantly and joined Erlu's group. After the Red Keep was blown away by hundreds of tons of wildfire, the blazing Red Heart Knights went to investigate the ruins. They found the throne room where the king held court, but they didn't find the iron chair that represented the supreme power of the Seven Kingdoms in the pile of broken tiles that once formed the throne room. When Aegon conquered the Westeros, he required every noble of the 7 kingdoms to hand over their sword. There were more than 1,000 swords in total. Black Death Balerian's dragon flames first melted it into shape. Then, a blacksmith spent 59 days carving it before it was completed. The Iron Throne weighed 3 tons and was 5 meters tall. It was covered in spikes, sharp horns and twisted blades. There were also many spikes on the back of the chair. Sitting on it would only make one feel uncomfortable. Even twisting one's butt could hurt one's body, much less the back. Aegon the Conqueror had deliberately designed it this way. He believed that the king shouldn't sit too comfortably. He had to be as wary of his throne as the chair. The Iron Throne was to Westeros what the Jade Annulus of he was to China. Erlu could give up the Red Keep, but if he still wanted to be the legitimate king of the 7 kingdoms, it was best for him to sit on the iron chair. 7 gods above, from the Red Keep to the Flea's Nest, it flew at least 5 kilometers. How heavy is that iron chair? How did you do it? Justin exclaimed. The short and stout knight Songu said disapprovingly, last night, when I was defending against the ghouls at the Gate of All Gods in the west, I saw a twisted skull on the road. It was the skull of the Targaryen Megalosaurus. It flew out of the Red Keep and flew more than 10 kilometers. The explosion last night was too terrifying. The foundation of the Red Keep was lifted. No matter how heavy the Iron Throne is, can it be heavier than the Red Keep itself? Richard Pockmark said in fear. Hey King, do you want some brown soup? As soon as they turned into a narrow alley with flowing sewage, a rough and loud voice greeted them jokingly. Erlu turned his head and saw an open thatched shed at the intersection of unpaved slabs. In the shed, there was a large iron pot with a diameter of 2 meters. White steam and a strange sweet smell of meat came out of the pot. 2 big men stood on the wooden table next to the boiler, holding spades. They were shoveling the food in the pot while looking at them with a smile. The tall and thin man with a square face was an acquaintance of the Dragon Queen, Stryker. Around the intersection, the houses were close together like sardines. At this time they were all burned black and broken. People with disheveled hair and dirty faces crowded in the broken houses with collapsed courtyard walls, snuggling together for warmth and waiting for the brown soup to cook. At this time, when they heard the sound of people outside, they looked over with their clear eyes. The resentment and fear in their eyes were almost as much. Hundreds of eyes, densely packed, seemed to grow on the body of a giant monster. He didn't know what Erlu felt, but Jon's scalp tingled and his palms were sweating. He couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Thanks to the king's blessing, the food has been particularly sumptuous in the past few days. Why don't you come and enjoy with the people? Stryker laughed. Chapter 895. The short and strong Sir Songu pulled out his long sword, pointed at Stryker and scolded, "Bastard, do you want to die? How dare you insult His Majesty the King? His Majesty came to the door, and I was cooking. How can it be an insult to invite His Majesty into the house to drink hot soup?" Stryker complained. "Is brown soup for people to drink?" Sir Songu said angrily. "Are we all deviant ghosts?" Stryker opened his eyes wide and stretched his head forward. Look at my eyes. Are they shining?" Sir Songu was clumsy and had nothing to say. He just kept shouting, "Unruly, unruly, big unruly." "Songu, don't make a fool of yourself." Sir Richard glanced at Stryker coldly. "Your weapon is a sword. Why are you arguing with a commoner?" "Sir Knight, are you hungry?" Stryker turned to him with a smile. "You are so bold." Richard pressed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at Erlu. Erlu's face was gloomy, but he did not give him any instructions or hints. "Ha ha ha, people like us who have no tomorrow and don't have to think about tomorrow have no courage. Because we were too hungry before, we threw our liver and gallbladder into the pot to cook brown soup." Stryker laughed boldly. He looked calm as if he was not afraid of death at all. Erlu looked at Stryker and said lightly, "Starting from noon tomorrow, I will send someone to count the population of King's Landing and the food of each family. Those who have no food to eat can go to the Blackwater River Wharf to get relief food." After leaving this sentence, he gave Richard a look and walked away first. The others did not say a word and just followed the king. Looking at Erlu and the others who disappeared around the corner, Stryker was a little confused. The roads of the flea nest were as complicated as a maze, and the houses were built next to the narrow alleys. People walked in the alleys, and many times they couldn't see the sky when they looked up. The balconies or bedrooms on the second floor that extended out of the foundation blocked all sight. Occasionally, a woman poured a basin of dirty living water from upstairs and splashed it on the muddy road. It was dirty, crowded, and poor like a moldy box of smelly caviar. If the previous flea net was a neat and tidy spot on King's Landing, it couldn't even be tidy now. Yesterday's fire had turned the flea's nest into a pile of psoriasis. Anyone who had not lived in King's Landing for a long time would definitely get lost here. Anyway, John started to feel dizzy 15 minutes after he entered the flea nest. One moment he was heading north, the next he was heading southwest, and after a while, he was having a hard time distinguishing between north and south. At this moment, John could not help but feel some respect for Sir Richard. Not only did he know the way, he even found the tiny Iron Throne in such a complicated city. "Here we are," Richard shouted excitedly, startling him out of his reverie. Then they turned a corner, and standing at the top of a narrow slope a little higher, looked down on a little pool close to the wall. Could also be a ditch. The ditch was blocked, and the water inside overflowed, forming a 40-square-meter pond around it. Due to the layers of twisted courtyard walls, it was easy for the people below to overlook the people on the slope. But looking down from the top of the slope, the view was wider. Erlu and the rest saw the Iron Throne at a glance. The Iron Throne that symbolized the highest authority of the 7 kingdoms was stabbed straight into the pond. At least 3 meters of the 5-meter-tall throne with stairs were still above the water. At this moment, a group of mischievous children occupied it. Erlu could not help but stop and stare blankly ahead. When he stopped, the people behind him stopped as well. "I am the king of the Undulls, Loiner and Forerunners, and the protector of the realm Aegon Targaryen." A 10-year-old boy with a dark and thin face was sitting on the throne, announcing to the children below with a serious expression. The chair was inserted into the pond, and a 20-centimeter-wide wooden plank was placed on the edge of the stairs closest to the water. The child stepped on the plank and crossed the pond, came to the chair, and climbed up to sit. "Eggface, are you trying to be a fake crown prince?" A little girl with a rotten face with frostbite pointed at the king on the throne and laughed. "Fake crown prince, fake crown prince." The other children all clapped and laughed. "I am not the fake crown prince Aegon. I am the master of the Black Death god Balerion, the conqueror Aegon I." Eggface's face was red as he refuted loudly. "Eggface, come down quickly, it's my turn." A yellow-haired boy who looked like a skinny monkey under the Iron Throne jumped up and shouted. Eggface stood up reluctantly. *rip*, the sound of cloth tearing came from his butt. Turning around, he saw a piece of gray sackcloth hanging from the woven sword seat. There was another tear in the patched cotton pants, and the old yellow and black cotton swayed in the wind. "Ouch, my pants are torn. Mother will definitely beat me if she knows," Eggface cried. "Ha ha ha." King Aegon with his buttocks exposed. The little girl with frostbite clapped her hands and laughed again. Eggface glared at the girl and walked down the stairs with a disheveled expression. As he walked, he cursed, "What kind of stupid chair is this? It's not for people to sit on." Soon, the skinny monkey child climbed up the Iron Throne after Eggface. That comical appearance made it seem like a macaque was placed on the throne. The skinny monkey child shouted in a high-pitched voice, "I am the king of the Undulls, Loiner and Forerunners, as well as the protector of the realm Robert Baratheon. Where is my hammer? Legger, eat my hammer." The child was too engrossed in his role. He mimicked the actors in the tavern, raising his right hand as if he was holding a sledgehammer and shaking his head as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, Robert, your Gigi was eaten by a wild boar." It was the little girl with frostbite again. She was laughing so hard that she bent over. Robert pointed at the little girl below and shouted, "Hey bitch Cersei, you dare to poison me, eat my hammer too." "I'm not Cersei, I don't like you, I don't want to be your wife," the little girl shouted angrily. "Monkey, you're still playing? A triangular-faced boy picked up a stone and threw it at Monkey on the iron throne. This is not your toy, it's my turn. Monkey reluctantly got down from the chair. This time he did not cut his pants, but he looked back twice with every step. He was not careful and fell into the pool with a splash. His whole body was wet, and his clothes were covered in different colors. It was feces. A disgusting smell filled the air. Ha ha ha! Monkey fell into the cesspool. Robert ate feces in the cesspool. Amidst the laughter of his friends, Monkey was embarrassed and cold. After climbing out of the cesspool, he lowered his head and ran away. I am the king of the Undulls, Loiner and Forerunners, as well as the protector of the realm. The triangular-faced boy was stuck. He frowned and thought hard. Who should I be? He asked his friends. The frostbite-faced girl rolled her eyes and suggested, why don't you be the great Emperor Joffrey? No, Joffrey was crazy and stupid, and he died in such a stupid way. The triangular-faced boy shook his head. What about Tommen? A child said. That slug, he didn't even know his wife was cheating on him. If I have to be a cuckold to be king, I'd rather not be on the Iron Throne. Help me find someone more powerful. I remember there was a Targaryen king. In the play, he defeated the Dornishmen? He was very young and promising. The triangular-faced boy said. The Mad King. Not the Mad King. How about Stannis? He has the mystic dragon and just took over the King's Landing. That's impressive. No, that's an evil heretic. My father and brother have been secretly cursing Stannis these days. If they know I'm Stannis, they'll beat me to death. The triangular-faced boy said fearfully. That's true. If people know you're Stannis, you'll be beaten as soon as you go out. Look at what he and you Luwin have done to us. Someone agreed. Hurry up, stop messing around. It's my turn. The triangular-faced boy sighed helplessly and said loudly, I'm the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and the First Folk, and the protector of the realm, Renly Baratheon. Well, I'd rather be Renly. At least he's pretty, he explained to his companions. Be careful of your brother. His Red Witch wants to kill you. The little girl shouted in fear. What? The triangular-faced Renly was confused. Fool, don't you even know how Renly died? The children around him said in disdain. Oh, you mean the King of Hearts. The triangular-faced Renly understood and laughed. I'm not afraid. When I become king, I'll take St. Matthew with me every day. Then it was the little girl with the frostbitten face's turn. The people below cheered, Cersei, Cersei, Cersei. She pouted and thought for a while, then said, I want to be the Dragon Queen. Can you not spread it? I want to say it, I want to say it. I want to tell your mother that you blasphemed St. Danny. See if she doesn't whip your ass. The tanned and thin face Aegon from before laughed. Fine, I won't be the Dragon Queen. I'm the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and the First Folk, and the protector of the realm, Barbara Campbell. She raised her head and announced, TSK, isn't that your name? You might as well be the whore Cersei. Her companions said in disdain. What do you know? Now that I'm sitting on the Iron Throne, of course I have to say my name. This means that the Iron Throne is mine, and the 7 kingdoms are mine. If Stannis came now, would he be like Eggface and say I'm Aegon? That's right. The children were surprised and doubtful. Then the children began to say their names one by one. In a short while, the Iron Throne had more than a dozen previous owners. However, not all of the children successfully sat on the Iron Throne. When it was the turn of a 10-year-old girl with a flat nose, she carried her younger brother who was not even 2 years old and climbed onto the Iron Throne with difficulty. Fortunately, the Iron Throne was wide enough for her to put her brother to one side. But before she could shout her slogan, her brother squatted on the Iron Throne and pooped. I haven't even gone up yet. Why is Hammer pooping on the Iron Throne? The children below stomped their feet and wailed. Hammer is still young and doesn't know any better. Hammer's older sister said shyly. Wait a moment. After Hammer poops, I'll go home and get a basin to wash the Iron Throne. My house is behind the wall. This pit is even the public toilet of my hotel. She pointed at the wall with more than a dozen drains. No, I don't want to sit on a poop-stained chair. It's disgusting, the child said with a look of disdain. What did Hammer eat? Why is it so smelly? It smells even worse than this pit of feces. The little girl with frostbite pinched her nose and mumbled. Hammer's older sister was even more embarrassed. Yesterday my father picked up a corpse ghost pig. I don't know which noble family it came from. It's so fat. Long night falls. Pork is expensive. I haven't eaten pork for many years, so Hammer ate a little more. Sister. After Hammer pooped, he stuck his white butt, which was covered in yellowish-brown feces, over. Hey, help me find a wooden stick. I want to scrape Hammer's butt, Hammer's older sister said anxiously. No need. The Iron Throne is big enough anyway. Use the Iron Throne. So cold here. I'm leaving. The little girl with frostbite pulled her clothes together and ran off first. The children seemed to have gotten tired of the game of fighting for the Iron Throne. They left one after another. Don't go. You don't want the Iron Throne anymore? You don't want to be kings anymore? Hammer's older sister said anxiously. Who wants a poop-stained Iron Throne? The children said in disgust. In just a short while everyone had run away. Wah wah wah. Hammer rubbed his bare butt against the chair. The sharp blade cut open his soft skin and fresh blood flowed out. He was in so much pain that he started crying. Hammer. Is that Hammer crying? The sound of a woman holding her feces came from the other side of the wall. Ah, Mom, you're in the toilet. Hammer's older sister shivered and said, I'm sitting on the Iron Throne. Hammer pooped on the Iron Throne and cut his butt. Stupid girl, the feces pit is just beside. Why didn't you pull Hammer into the feces pit? The Iron Throne is cold and piercing. What's so good about sitting on it? Hammer's mother scolded from the toilet on the other side of the wall. I want to be a queen. Hammer's older sister said softly. Idiot, you think you're king just because you're sitting on the Iron Throne? Even an idiot wouldn't think that. Erlu's face was pale. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. In the end, she spat out a mouthful of black and smelly blood and fainted. Chapter 896. Casterly Rock City was a towering mountain by the sea. It was hollowed out with tunnels and halls. In fact, it was easy to understand the existence of Casterly Rock City if one had watched The Lord of the Rings. It was the lonely mountain of the Song of Ice and Fire world. The dwarves excavated gold and gems in the lonely mountain, and the early ancestors of the western region excavated gold and silver mines in Casterly Rock City. The dwarves built the hollowed-out lonely mountain into a city within the mountain, and the ancestors built Casterly Rock City, where the gold mines had dried up, into a main castle. Lonely Mountain was close to a huge freshwater lake, and there was a long lake town on the side. Casterly Rock City was close to the Sunset Sea, and there was a Lannister port built on the side. Lonely Mountain was occupied by the mystic dragon Smog, and the owner of Lonely Mountain was homeless. Casterly Rock City was occupied by ghouls, and the owners of Casterly Rock City were almost all dead. Now it was the mystic dragon's turn to save the city. However, the owners of Lonely Mountain and Casterly Rock City were different. The dwarves liked mines and humans longed for sunlight. Therefore, Lonely Mountain had no windows, only a main road and a secret passage, while Casterly Rock City was full of skylights. If the layers of open-air windows were installed with floor-to-ceiling glass, Casterly Rock City could even be disguised as a modern city. Similar to the Pyramid Garden, there was also a stone garden at the top of Casterly Rock City. Danny was standing by the jujube tree in the center of the stone garden, and Bran's red-eyed crow perched on a dead branch. This is the distribution map of the tunnels and rooms in Casterly Rock City. The blue dots are the armory, the treasury, the granary, the wine cellar, and the furs, and the red dots are the ghouls. Bran's will connected with Danny's mental power, and transmitted a three-dimensional topographic map of Casterly Rock City to her. How many ghouls have you found in the western region? Danny asked. I can only find a few large-scale ghouls, and there should be ghouls among them, Bran said. After a pause he hesitated and said, We are in big trouble this time. There are no babies among the ghouls, and there are no baby corpses left in the city. Do you understand what this means? Tens of thousands of deviant ghosts? Danny frowned and asked suspiciously. Babies can be turned into deviant ghosts without any sacrifice. In the bedtime stories of the old nannies in the Northern Territory, there are often plots like this. Other ghosts ride ice spiders to hunt down women, eat babies, and reproduce with humans to give birth to terrifying half-human half-ghost offspring. Of course, this plot was not entirely true, but it also contained 3 real secrets. First of all, deviant ghosts did not devour babies. Instead, they turned the babies into deviant ghosts. Secondly, deviant ghosts could mate with humans and reproduce. Finally, deviant ghosts were also divided into different levels. Deviant ghosts that reproduced naturally had a relatively independent will. With the death of the strange ghost king, all the strange ghosts that had been born from the babies had died as well. However, the half-human, half-ghost monsters that had been born naturally still lived on. This was also the reason why there was a second long night at the Great Wall in less than 100 years after the end of the previous long night. It was the time when the commander of the Night Watchers married the deviant ghost bride. Last long night, a strange ghost king and all the deviant ghost soldiers died. The remaining deviant ghosts retreated to the land of eternal winter and waited for the next world fall. The body temperature of deviant ghosts is lower than -50 dragon degrees. How can humans ensure that their bodies won't freeze during the process of reproduction? Danny's mouth twitched. It's probably magic, Bran said awkwardly. When one was indecisive, quantum mechanics could not be explained. Traveling through time and space. It was very reasonable, very scientific, very magical. Danny complained in her heart and asked again, you mean the deviant ghosts that are reproduced are the strongest, the sacrifice babies are second, and the plundered babies are the weakest after being transformed into deviant ghosts? What about the effect of bloodline on deviant ghosts? Bran said, generally speaking, the nobler the baby's bloodline, the stronger the magic power it possesses when it is transformed into a deviant ghost through sacrifice. After a sacrifice baby is transformed into a deviant ghost, the magic runes it possesses are more complete than those of a plundered baby. The willpower of a non-sacrifice baby will subconsciously resist the transformation. Thus, it is weaker than the deviant ghosts produced by the sacrifice. The sacrifice person with a noble bloodline can become a noble among the deviant ghosts. The sacrifice person with a normal bloodline can become a knight. The plundered baby is an ordinary soldier. The deviant ghost that you fought at the Great Wall was probably an earl among the deviant ghosts and was very powerful. The deviant ghosts that appeared during the Battle of Winterfell were also of a high level. They were all sacrificed by the barbarians and the ancestors. Danny nodded slightly and had a plan in her heart. The deviant ghosts that crossed the Great Wall were equivalent to the Jurchens outside the Great Wall during the end of the Ming Dynasty. The deviant ghosts that crossed the Great Wall were equivalent to the Manchus who started to collect the Han army flag. The deviant ghosts that crossed the Great Wall were equivalent to the Manchus who built the Green Camp on a large scale. Bran continued, the deviant ghosts that are transformed have higher limits. Once the transformation is complete, they possess ice magic and necromancy spells that can summon corpses into ghouls. Not only is natural reproduction difficult, but there are also many uncertainties about the offspring. Just like a human, a newborn can be strong, tall, short, weak, deformed, or even dwarfs. The deviant ghosts' limits are very low. Many naturally born deviant ghosts don't have magic at all. Other than their bodies being colder, their strength is inferior to that of an ordinary human. What about the upper limit? Will there be a higher upper limit for naturally born deviant ghosts? Danny asked. After pondering for a while, Bran denied. If the deviant ghosts that reproduce are stronger, they can just choose one of their descendants to be the deviant ghost king. Why force Benjen Stark? 8,000 years have passed since the last long night. Even if the birth rate is low, a great king should have been born. The truth is not so. The true deviant ghost king has not appeared. It is as if the laws of the world are preventing him from appearing. Or rather, when the deviant ghosts completely exterminate the living, when the world enters eternal darkness and coldness, when the deviant ghosts become the main characters of the new era, the deviant ghost king will appear naturally. SSSSSSS. Two megalosaurus, one green and one white, flew from the east, followed by 5 pterosaurs full of steel knights. Danny and Bran were not extremely bored, standing in the stone garden of Casterly Rock City to enjoy the breeze. They were waiting for Little White, Little Green, and the 5 pterosaurs that followed them. Let's begin. Danny closed her eyes and Blackie, who was lying on the side, jumped up and spat out dragon flames with his 2 younger brothers, burning the corpses on the walls of Casterly Rock City. The 3 dragons were all wearing steel armor, and were not afraid of the javelins thrown by the Han army flag. In fact, there were only 3 deviant ghosts in Casterly Rock City. If the deviant ghosts dared to appear outside the city, they would have been discovered by Bran and then killed by the Dragon Queen. Well, although Bran was not a competent 3-eyed crow and was far less omniscient than Blindon, he was still a bug-level spy. Letting him help to scout the enemy was better than having a shape-shifting animal companion. In Westeros local wars, because of Bran's existence, the humans actually had an information advantage. Danny liked asymmetrical wars where she had an absolute information advantage. Well, she often fought in Slaver's Bay and was used to it, so she called Bran over as a scout. Gugugugu, a series of crow shadows flew out from Danny's eyes, turning into a line of fire that surrounded her body. Gradually, a golden-red fire cocoon appeared on her body. A total of 300 fire crows. Prepare to cover me with your will, Danny said. I'm afraid the effect won't be too good. Others might not be able to sense it, but Deviant Ghost King will definitely know. Bran hesitated. Don't you know my situation? Am I hiding it from Deviant Ghost King? Danny said indifferently. Alright. The big crow jumped into the sky. The huge 3-eyed crows will cover the entire Casterly Rock City, isolating the area within a 2-kilometer radius in a terrifying wall of will. Well, it was like using the will to create a golden bell that covered Casterly Rock City, thus blocking the senses of the gods and fate. Don't doubt, in Westeros, as long as the 3-eyed crow was willing, they could hide it from any existence, even if the other party was a true god. For example, when Blindon invited Danny to work together to deal with Lalo, Lalo didn't even notice it before he fell into the trap. Wind come. Danny's eyes suddenly turned green. Gradually, a gentle wind blew around her, and the clouds began to gather. The wind swept away the clouds, and a tornado began to form. Finally, in the stone garden of Casterly Rock City, a huge tornado with a diameter of 100 meters stood tall. It was obvious that as the wind pillar above Casterly Rock City took shape, the howling northern wind within a 10-kilometer radius of Casterly Rock City weakened. Like the god of frost extracting the cold air of the north to cast white frost, Dragon Queen extracted the power of the surrounding northern wind and turned it into a tornado controlled by her. Power couldn't be created out of thin air. The true essence of magic was to take away what was lacking and make up for what was surplus. If the surplus was too much, it would become a forbidden spell. Domain. Bran said bitterly, how is this possible? You comprehended the wind domain in a month's time? It's just a prototype. Danny floated in the center of the tornado, her blue cloak fluttering in the wind like a banner. I thought you would comprehend the fire domain first, Bran said. I thought so before, but soaking in the wind of a world every day, I can't help but think. Danny seemed helpless, but she was very proud of herself. She had only comprehended the prototype of the wind domain the day before yesterday, and had never truly tested its power. Now that she had tried it out, the effect was too shocking. Previously, she only knew fire witchcraft and didn't know any proper wind witchcraft, but once she comprehended the domain, the first thing she did was to cast a forbidden spell. No wonder when she chased after the door god to ask for wind witchcraft, the door god said he didn't know any witchcraft. When pressed, he impatiently warned her, focus on the Song of Wind. With the Song of Wind, witchcraft is completely useless. Now Danny finally understood. Compared to Tao, witchcraft was really just a side branch. The tornado gradually expanded, and like a condom, it wrapped itself around Casterly Rock City, the Lannisters' second son. His Big Black, Little White, and Little Green stood in a triangle on the city wall, surrounding Casterly Rock City. At this time they all spat dragon flames at the tornado wall. It was like sprinkling a strand of red dye in the milky white vortex. The dragon flames kept spitting, and the fiery red in the tornado gradually deepened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then the fire cocoon around Danny's body also expanded and fell to the bottom of Casterly Rock City, mixing with the dragon flames. Wind and fire complemented each other, and the wind carried the fire, pouring into the city gate at the bottom of Casterly Rock City. It was as if the tornado had turned into a cloud of red smoke, and Casterly Rock City was a vacuum cleaner, sucking the fire and wind into its stomach. As it inhaled, it spewed out. Casterly Rock City was divided into many levels, and each level had an open-air window. At this time, the wind carried black smoke and fire, spewing out from the window, occasionally bringing out corpses and ghost limbs that burned like torches. Other than the warehouse of supplies, Casterly Rock City was completely exposed. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.